Good evening to our viewers listening by TVCARIB and other broadcasts. You're listening to the sweet musical sounds of DJ Mixmaster Paulie, and we'll be starting our virtual public meeting of the URSM very shortly. Stay tuned, tell your family and friends to share this link, and make sure that they're tuned in to the best virtual public meeting that they've ever experienced on St. Martin. This historical public meeting of the Unified Resilient St. Martin movement will be starting very shortly.
Blessings on blessings on blessings. Blessings on blessings on blessings. Blessings on blessings on blessings. Blessings on blessings on blessings.
Give me the world of fame. I'm still the same that it. Right now the world could change. I'm still the same that it. All thanks to the Creator. Always have my back, so I rate ya. And anybody wanna be a hater, wave, see you later, yeah. So rock so with your bad vibes, rock so with your screw face, rock so with your green eyes. Oh, we know what that's the wrong way. So rock so with your bad vibes, rock so with your screw face, rock so with your green eyes. Oh, we know what that's the wrong way. Still hold my head high, counting my blessings, yeah. Judge, you bless me, you want to take this away. Na.
Blessings on blessings on blessings. 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 Blessings on blessings on blessings.
Give me the world of fame. I'm still the same that it. Right now the world could change. I'm still the same that it.
All thanks to the Creator. Always have my back, so I rate ya. And anybody wanna be a hater, wave, see you later, yeah. So rock so with your bad vibes, rock so with your screw face, rock so with your green eyes. Oh, we know what that's the wrong way. So rock so with your bad vibes, rock so with your screw face, rock so with your green eyes. Oh, we know what that's the wrong way.
Still hold my head high, counting my blessings, yeah. Judge, you bless me, you want to take this away. Na.
Blessings on blessings on blessings. Blessings on blessings on blessings. Blessings on blessings on blessings. Blessings on blessings on blessings.
Straight for Parliament, they running. Straight for Parliament, they coming. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. Straight for Parliament, they coming. Straight for Parliament, they running. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. One party must get it started and stand for this generation. We unify, they can hold it down. Said nothing, they can slow it down. We waited too long. Yeah, party start. URSM, we unify. Party start. Party start. Everybody go jump inside. Party start. From Barnet to Parliament. Party start. Party start. From Barnet to Parliament. Party start. Party start. For Parliament, they running. Straight for Parliament, they coming. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. Straight for Parliament, they coming. Straight for Parliament, they running. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. You could say whatever you want. You are some represent. If I let to Parliament, you are some represent. People really want change now. You are some represent. United resilience in party. You can tell me what you want. Straight for Parliament, they running. Straight for Parliament, they coming. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. Straight for Parliament, they running. Straight for Parliament, they coming. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. Straight for Parliament, they coming. Straight for Parliament, they running. This party going hold it down.
About 2 minutes, we're going to start. So we're just waiting on one candidate more to join us here, and then we're going to begin. I want to, of course, remind our live audience to make sure that your phones are on silent and that you are mindful that while the candidates are delivering their addresses, that we are also live on several media outlets, 721 News, TV Carib, Ghetto News, and of course on all of our social media pages. So please make sure and share this link, share the link that you're listening to us now live for our first virtual rally of the URSM. And we are about to begin in a few moments. So at this time now, I'm asking you to be mindful that we're about to begin as the party song starts to play again, and we will be joined with all the candidates here with me at the front of this beautiful filled room as we have our first virtual meeting of the Unified Resilient St. Martin Movement.
Straight for Parliament, they running. Straight for Parliament, they coming. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. Straight for Parliament, they coming. Straight for Parliament, they running. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. Yeah, party start. URSM, we unified. Party start. Party start. Everybody go jump inside. Party start. From Barnet to Parliament. Party start. Party start. From Barnet to Parliament. Party start. Party for Parliament. They running. Straight for Parliament. They coming. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. Straight for Parliament. They coming. Straight for Parliament. They running. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. You could say whatever you want. You are some represent. Party for left to Parliament. You are some represent. People really want change now. You are some represent. United Resilient St. Martin. You can tell me what you want. Straight for Parliament, they running. Straight for Parliament, they coming. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. Straight for Parliament, they running. Straight for Parliament, they coming. This party going hold it down. They going hold it
St. Martin, it's that time. We're about to begin our first virtual rally of the Unified Resilient St. Martin Movement. At this time now, I'm going to ask all 15 candidates to join me right here as we begin with our program for this evening. We're going to start, of course, with the St. Martin song and the prayer. So I'm asking all 15 candidates to join me as we begin the first virtual public meeting of the Unified Resilient St. Martin Movement. So as the candidates join me here, we're going to hear the party song and we're going to begin a few moments after that. Tonight, St. Martin, you are joined with 15 candidates in your homes, in your cars, or wherever you're listening to us. Either you're listening to us on 721 News, you're tuned in via Ghetto News, or you're also tuned in via TVCARIB or on our various social media platforms. This is the virtual meeting. This is the historical moment you have been waiting for, St. Martin. In the comfort of your home, in the comfort of your car, or wherever you are now going to have the opportunity to engage with the party that has been hands-on, that has been able to show you a snapshot of what it is to govern in just a short period of time. So tonight you're going to hear why it's necessary to give the URSM a stronger mandate and to govern this country come August the 19th once again. At this time now, we're going to have the St. Martin song.
Where over the world, say where, you find an island there, so lovely small, with nations free, with people French and Dutch, though talking English much, as the St. Martin in the sea. Oh, sweet St. Martin's land, so bright by beach and strand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains green variously in sunlight sheen. Oh, I love thy paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Oh, I love thy paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. How pretty between our green flamboyance beaming green, a of flowers red, by sunlight set, thy cows and sheep and goats, in meadows or on roads, thy donkeys keen, I can't forget. Oh, sweet St. Martin's land, so bright by beach and strand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains green variously in sunlight sheen. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Saint Martin, I love thy name, in which Columbus' fame and memories of old are close. For me a great delight, thy Southern Cross the night. May God the Lord protect thy coast. Oh, sweet St. Martin's land, so bright by beach and strand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains green variously in sunlight sheen. Oh, I love that paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice. Oh, I love thy paradise, nature's beauty fairly nice.
Joining us here at the live broadcast of this virtual rally, I ask you to remain standing. If you're at home and you're sitting or you choose to stand, you can also join us as I bless not only this gathering here, but have the distinct honor to bless the entire gathering by extension who's tuned in with us here tonight. Heavenly Father, we ask you to bless and guide each and every one of us. Heavenly Father, you have given us so much at times, but you only give your strongest soldiers the toughest battles. Heavenly Father, we ask you to uplift each and every one of us. We ask you to give us a moment of reflection and thank you for all the blessings you have bestowed upon us. Heavenly Father, 15 candidates stand before you, asking you to bless them, guide them, and give them the leadership and wisdom to move this country forward in a way it has never seen before. Ask you, Father Lord, for strength, and Father God, you have given it to us time and time again. Father God, tonight we ask you to touch every home, every person that is going through their own personal reflections. And Father God, we ask you to give them strength, give them wisdom, give them courage, give them hope, give them faith, and uplift them. Father God, we ask you to bless the nation of St. Martin. When we've seen the test of times, we are going to see the best of times. Father God, you said in Psalm 23, though I walk through the shadow of the valley of death, I shall fear no evil, for thy rod and thy staff, thy comfort me. Father God, in your holy name we pray, tonight and every night, to bless us, guide us, and give us the wisdom. In your holy name, amen. At this time now, I'm going to ask the 15 candidates to take a seat as we're about to begin, and we're going to hear from each and every one of them as I call them up. Tonight, you're going to hear from 15 candidates that represent a cross-section of St. Martin. This is the Unified Resilient St. Martin Movement's virtual public meeting. And why a virtual public meeting? Because a virtual public meeting allows you, the people of St. Martin, to engage and hear from your candidates in the comfort not only of your home, but in the opportunity to give us feedback, live feedback, from your very home or from your office or your car or wherever you're listening to, for us to hear and engage with you actively. A virtual meeting allowing us to hear from a cross-section of St. Martin and deliver to a cross-section of St. Martin the results of what 17 days in office before they tried to sabotage the coalition in which we have been a part of. 17 days in office that has been hijacked for persons that only had an individual agenda and not one for the country of St. Martin. In 17 days, you wouldn't even give your worst enemy a shorter time frame. That shows you the need and the greed behind the motives why they did what they did. But you see, the most powerful thing is Monday, August the 19th, 2024. We don't need no flags, no stickers on cars, none of that fanfare. The most powerful thing that will happen is when you pick up that ballot on the 19th of August and you show the people of St. Martin who has the real power. You show each and every one of them with their self-agendas, with their barbecues and all their creative things that all of a sudden they are found to do, that the power lies with the people of St. Martin come August the 19th. Because when they said, but why have an election? It is because the leadership, because the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers by extension supported that decision to put the power in the people of St. Martin's hands. You are the ultimate power. You are the decision-making person in this country. And that is why it's important not to waste your vote. Pick up your voting card if you haven't picked up your voting card as yet. As tonight progresses, I will go into the information in terms of the collection of your voting card, what is necessary in terms of the collection of that voting card, what is needed to vote on election day, how you're going to vote, whom you must vote for, and most importantly, the different polling stations and where you should vote come Monday, the 19th of August. But before me is 15 candidates ready to continue serving you, the people of St. Martin. 15 candidates that have been no stranger to you, that have represented 25% of this current coalition that is in government right now. 15 candidates that out of 25%, 10 of those candidates have been able to be placed within the government apparatus of St. Martin. That shows strength, that shows confidence, that shows the resilience in terms of the leadership and the confidence that you have given. And it's reason why we are asking tonight, come August the 19th, for a stronger mandate to govern this country and the issues affecting this country that needs someone who has a hands-on practical solution. And that person has been our leader, the leader of the Unified Resilient St. Martin movement, our Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Luc Marcelina, who has shown with his support in the legislative branch with MP Brugge and MP Roseberg, and in the Council of Ministers with our Minister of Public Health, Ms. Veronica Janssen, what it is to have solution-oriented approaches to situations. That when there is a situation, that instead of talking about it as a surgeon would, sees the patient bleeding, deals with it, and makes sure the patient survives. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, under the leadership of URSM, the patient St. Martin will survive, will get up off that operating table and will be alive and kicking, and be walking and running the streets of St. Martin, filled with progress, hope, and prosperity. So without any further ado, help me bring up candidate number 15 on our list, our ambassador in tourism, and who has been on our list from the beginning, Gensley Aymer, candidate number 15.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for everyone for coming, and thank you for the online viewers. Yeah, here we go once again, asking the public and the St. Martin people to come out and vote. I know has been difficult. It has been difficult for everyone on the streets. And I have a little bit of grievances tonight because I want to talk about the people who are suffering this GB issue and all the other issues that we have. And yet you have the previous people that was in government didn't come out and say, we are sorry, we dropped the ball. It is hurtful to see no one acknowledge the pain that the people is going through, and all what they're trying to do is bash our PM. For what? For doing a great job? Like Stuart just said, 17 days in office. It was we couldn't even align the furnitures, to the comfort of the PM, but yet they decided to bring a vote of non-confidence. The people are suffering. We ask you humbly Monday, August the 19th, to come out and give us that full mandate, the full mandate to able to do the job that we need to do. St. Martin people are suffering. We need professional people in that Parliament building who's taking the consideration of the people at hand. Up to now, I'm begging for some garbage bin on Front Street, so when the tourists come in, they could throw their garbage. Our garbage are lined up on the side of the street. As many times I've been to Vromi, begging them for a bigger bin, and maybe I might put them on the spot right now so they will do that. It has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with the cleanliness and the way we treat our number one product. And we are losing it. We are losing it. Our product is lost. There's no advertisement. It's word of mouth. The type of ships and the type of people that we're getting, of course the public is suffering. Because if our tourism sector is doing great, none of this will be relevant. And then they will keep on digging their hand into the pot until crisis. And here we are. What we are going to do? We have a great man, because I'm going to tell you this, doctor, I won't be able to do your job. And many of us won't be able to do your job either. And I don't think many who's there on the list, on all those lists, won't be able to do the job. They keep on lying to the people constantly about they can do this job. This job is difficult. And I see what you go through, and I admire you for that, because it's tough. I won't be able to do it, so I can imagine those who had the opportunity, who didn't ask for that help. Because I know we come together and we have a meeting, and we ask for solution. That's what we're about. We bring it to the floor, and everyone brings their opinion. And that's how we solve things. And that's the USM, a family affair. We're about solving our problems. I could sit here and talk about all the great plans that we have, but it won't be relevant because there's so much things to fix. There's so much things to fix. People are hurting every day. You see it. GB goes off. We just lost GB for 8 hours. Not Thursday. Difficult. And imagine the people who cannot afford a generator. And among other things, we need to do something. Don't let these people lie to you. Give them another 4 years. 4 years of what? More misery? More crisis? This is what we need to ask. What are you going to do? Coming January, sorry, you see, I still have January in my head because it's just been 7 months ago that we've been to the poll. Just 7 months we've been to the poll. Here we go again, asking you humbly. Listen, my name is Glenn. I'm not going to take up on much of your time because it is difficult. There's more people to say what we want to get done, and we will get done. We are party of solution. That's what we are. We bring it to the floor, and everyone will have his opinion. Eventually, as my grandmother would say, 2 heads are better than one. And we will figure it out. Give us the opportunity coming August the 19th. My name is Glensley Amos. I'm candidate number 15 on the USM slate.
Give it up for our candidate number 15, Glensley Amos. While our country has been going through crisis that was inherited by the USM, the GEB issue they want to give to USM. But when you have broad shoulders, when you're able to represent and show how you have represented, it's easy to carry that weight. And why do I say that? It's because when the GEB issue started, I happened to be with the Prime Minister in Washington in a meeting. We were in meetings, and the Prime Minister immediately stopped those meetings and decided that it was important to be in the Council of Ministers virtually on St. Martin. So you see, virtual things is no stranger to USM, and that's why this virtual meeting is in line and tangent with that. And the Prime Minister made it very clear his opinion on that of the GEB issue then, and that of the TELEM issue at the same time, because we were going through 2 crises at that moment, a telecommunication crisis and an electricity crisis. And the people of St. Martin was extremely dear to the Prime Minister's heart from the onset. Not only now, but has always been a part of who he is as a surgeon in this country, worrying about the people of St. Martin. And his main concern was not how much shine he could get or how much shine the government could get, that my people are suffering and something has to be done. Even with the long-term solution in discussions with the World Bank and others, practical now solutions, returning the people back now to stable electricity in the country is a priority. And yes, while we have to focus on renewable, clean and green energy, there must be a light on immediately for his people. And I saw firsthand what that looked like: leadership, dedication, integrity, and being able to represent not only in Phillipsburg, but even in Washington, D.C. and around the world. So while we are going through these turbulent times with electricity, inherited in 17 days, they want to give the URSM the credit for it. But there has been more progress on the URSM than the disaster that was inherited. And with a stable, stronger mandate on the URSM, our worries, not only electricity, will be solved, I guarantee you it, especially under the leadership of URSM, headed by our Prime Minister, Dr. Luc Marcelina. So without any further ado, another strong candidate on our list that has been with us from the beginning. Someone who works in our justice chain, who's not there for the fanfare, for looking good and pretty, a nice photo op. Someone who has shown dedication in his job and a heart for serving his people. And our candidate number 14 represents that. Paco Isenia is someone who I'm very proud of tonight. Has grown and continues to grow, not only professionally, but politically as well. And tonight, St. Martin, you're going to make sure he's elected come August the 19th. Help me bring up candidate number 14. And virtually at home, if you're listening, Paco Isenia, candidate number 14.
Number 14 on URSM. We voted for Paco. Yeah. We voted for Paco. Number 14 on URSM. Forward motion and job creation. He's the one that's gonna fight for you. Voting for Paco. On this coming election day, we voting URSM for change. Time to rebuild back our nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, families, friends, and supporters, media, viewers, good evening to you all. As we come to the close of this campaign season, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude. First, I would like to thank our esteemed leader, Dr. Luc Marcelina, the board members of URSM, and the communities who have stood by us throughout this journey. To our dedicated supporters and media viewers, your unwavering commitment and esteem have fueled this campaign. It is because of you that we stand here tonight strong, unified in our vision for a better St. Martin. In just 2 days, on Monday, August 19, 2024, we will all go to the polls to make our voices heard. This is our opportunity to shape the future of our nation. And I am confident that the choice that you will make on that day is URSM, the Unified Resilient St. Martin movement. We have shared a powerful message throughout this campaign, and I quote, "Have no fear, URSM is here." Yes. Now, I know many other political candidates have made grand promises to you all, the public. But let us not forget the true responsibility of a member of parliament. This is a parliamentary election, and where the key task includes providing new laws, amending current laws, and even the most important one, debating and approving the national budget for country St. Martin. And on top of that, we must not forget the key role, which is supervising our government. These are not just words. They are the pillar of governance, the tools where we will build the future of our country. I am not a lawyer by profession, but my background has given me a deep understanding of how laws work, and especially, most important, how they must be executed and enforced. I know what it takes to make a difference in our legal and governmental system, and I am here today to tell you that I am ready to take on that challenge. As your candidate, number 14, I am focused on a few key pillars that I believe that are critical to our nation's progress. The realization of our Justice Academy, the establishment of proper rehabilitation program, the protection and development of our youths, the support for foster children, the strengthening of border control, and the advancement of neobanks. These are not just campaign promises that I'm giving to you. They are commitment to actions grounded in the real needs of our people. What inspired me to join politics is rooted in my past. As a young man, a young individual, I was once considered a top baseball player. Scouts came to see me from all over Latin America, but as a child, I didn't understand the importance of what was happening. It was only when I grew up that I realized and I was told that I did not have the necessary support from the then government to pursue that opportunity. I was not their priority. I watched others, players being picked and going abroad. I don't want that to happen to our future generations. And I want to ensure that every young person in St. Martin has the opportunity and support they need to succeed. So as we approach Election Day, I ask you for your support. I humbly ask you for your support, not just for me, but for the vision and the movement that we all represent. Let's choose a future where every child, every citizen has a chance to strive. Let's choose a government that listens, that acts, and that cares. And one may ask me, why did candidate number 14 join URSM? And I always give them the answer. URSM is a movement of inclusion, a movement that respects and embraces diversity, a movement that will rebuild, reclaim St. Martin by working with all type of groups and people that contributed to this infrastructure and populace. If you look behind me, let me just take out the mic. If you look behind me, you see the logo of our movement. You basically see a pelican. The pelican, first and foremost, is our national bird. It is flying in a forward direction, meaning that this movement here, URSM, will move St. Martin forward by ensuring that it takes care of its people, because you see the dots under the wings? That is the people that is carrying under the wings as we govern. So on Monday, August 19, 2024, let's make history together. Let's vote for URSM. Let's give URSM that mandate. Ladies and gentlemen, the audience of the viewers, I want to give you a huge thank you, and let's build a stronger St. Martin on Monday coming. I thank you, and God bless our beautiful nation, St. Martin.
Candidate number 14, Paco Isenia. Let's give him a round of applause. And of course, if you're home listening, a virtual thumbs up, a comment, anything to show the love for our candidate number 14. Representation is so important on the 19th of August. Representation that makes sure that you put the right individuals in the right positions, legislative and ultimately the executive branches. What does representation look like? Representation is about being able to represent not only who you are and others, but represent a country. Being able to represent and stand up on the floor of Parliament with draft initiative laws that need to be passed, to be able to pass those laws across the aisle with others, other parties working against party lines and across the aisle. Being able to represent the people of St. Martin, not only here in the House of Parliament, but in meetings on a kingdom level and internationally as well. Representation matters. It's not about your friend or your family, about someone who looks or sounds interesting. It's about being able to have the ability to represent, and represent knowing what they're saying and doing what is necessary for the people of St. Martin. We have seen time and time again that we've been fooled and tricked. And I understand, St. Martin, that you are disgruntled. I understand that you're feeling that you don't want to vote. Another election again. It seems as if we're going over the same cycle. But the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result. Tonight, leading up to the 19th of August, you're not going to do the same thing over and over and over. You started on a different path. You started walking down a different road with the URSM. And we're asking you, with that proven track record that we have done in just a short period of time, to increase that mandate, put us back at the table for a stronger mandate to negotiate the next government of St. Martin. That when the call is made to form the government of St. Martin, that URSM is the deciding factor in that coalition, making sure that representation not only happens in the executive branch, but the legislative branch as well, supported with a stronger mandate in the legislative branch, making sure that personal agendas are not the order of the day, but stability for this country. Making sure that a coalition represents a stronger mandate with URSM is of utmost importance. Today, we are deciding not for tomorrow. We are deciding for your children and your children's children. Because what is at stake at this election is representation. The very core of our country, the democracy in which we have been accustomed to, is at risk, has been at risk. There's no sugarcoating this anymore. So come August the 19th on the ballot is progress, is democracy, is justice, is practicality, a hands-on approach. Because the message that we need to send our young people, the message that we need to send the wider world is that representation matters. That democracy on St. Martin is alive and kicking. That making sure you put the right persons in the right positions, come negotiating a government, is not asking what is in it for me, but what is in it for we, for St. Martin. That is putting the right person to represent the people of St. Martin. So without any further ado, I'm going to call our next candidate, candidate number 13 on our list. We affectionately know her as Maggie, but her official name is Stayman Sao Yu. So help me bring up candidate number 13 on our list. And of course, because we represent everyone on St. Martin, she's going to help me with some pronunciation if I was a bit off. Welcome. You have the floor.
Yeah, I have a difficult name. That's why it's easier to call me Maggie, right? My last name from my maiden last name is Yao, Y-A-U, Yao. The first name is Sao. Actually, it's quite easy. Sao and Yao, right? Sao is S-A-U, Yao is Y-A-U, so it's easy. Anyway, Maggie is better. I'm not going to waste too much time. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And I am being honored to be included in this URSM team. And I have been very happy with my teammates. And we have done a lot. But first of all, I have to say appreciation for the leadership from our leader, Dr. Marcelina. He has been in the office in such a short time, and he did two great major things to solve the country problems. Anyway, it is on a better solution for the future. The first one is the GEBE problem. I suppose that everyone already noticed your power outage is shorter or maybe none as of yesterday or today. That's how I find out from my house. I don't know about the others, okay? The second thing is, if you notice, even people that I'm on the, on the road, people were talking, they already seen there are plenty workers in the hospital. You see the hospital before the election January, you do not see more than 5 people there. I have seen the most was 3 people. I live close by the hospital, and I always look at it and say, when is the hospital going to be finished? The former government do not realize that the hospital meant so much to us. It's not only for the sickness, it also means another income if we have a proper and well-facilitated hospital in this region. I'm talking about the Caribbean islands, that people do not have to fly over to another island. We have spent so much money in doing that, sending all the patients to other islands, other places that cost us billions of monies, okay, billions of dollars and guilders. So we need to save this money, and then this money can stay in the country and do other projects to benefit everybody. Well, we were just talking about everybody is upset about this election. I said, yes, I know. And then they are saying, you are saying, oh, I don't want to vote because it's crazy. I just voted a couple months ago and now I have to go back to the poll. I said, no, you have to go now. If you don't go, you give somebody, that means other people, to determine the life of your own. Remember that. Why I'm saying this is that if you don't vote, vote for the one to get back the former government in office, what do you think the country is going to lead to? Remember this, if you don't vote, you are giving someone else to lead your life in a different directions. That's not what you want. I'm also unhappy about this second election. I have been thinking, in St. Martin since 10-10-10, we have so many elections, this is crazy. So I was thinking, why is it there is not an electoral reform to shape this particular problem? Then people were saying, yeah, all the politicians was talking about electoral reform, but it looks like nothing was done. I said, if I were elected this time to be in the parliament, the first thing I would propose in the parliament is that we do this electoral reform, is that when a seat is being won by the party, it's remaining in the party. That means anybody who moved to another place, out of it, the seat remains in the party. This is what we must do in this new governing period. Whether I'm going to be elected or not, other ones who can replace me and do this on my behalf if I were not elected there, please. But our URSM is definitely going to look into this for me. Thank you. I know we have so many candidates. I don't want to spend too much time. I also know there are more social problems in the society. I wish I can do it, but we'll see. Please give us the votes. For me, it's candidate number 13, the URSM, South Statement.
Our candidate number 13. And I know we're getting good feedback from our different media streams that are out there. And I know more persons want to tune in. So if you're listening via 721 News, TV Carib, or Ghetto News, share the link. You're on WhatsApp. I know many persons have reached out. You're in the comfort of your home. You're listening to your SM. You're hearing the message of opportunity, prosperity, and hope for this country. So please, with your family and friends, share this link and make sure that you interact with each and every one of the candidates. You can reach out to us virtually as well and in person. There is going to be information that you're going to hear from the candidates. And if you want to contact them, of course, reach out and you can hear from them directly. Don't start the Monday, August the 19th with uncertainty. When you wake up in the morning, we give our Creator thankfulness for a new day and the hope and the prosperity that making that right decision will be on the 19th of August, giving the URSM a stronger mandate than ever before. I have seen in the URSM growth with the leadership, and I've been able to be blessed not only to be with the leader during the campaign, but I've been fortunate enough to have been chosen by the leadership and the board and the party to serve with the leader in his cabinet. And I know when desperation runs high in the opposition, they will choose any target that is there. And I'm not ready to call Prince as yet. I'm going to hold off for Prince because I know we are all waiting for our candidate, Prince Herbert Martina, number 4. So if I have to call on Prince, that's a whole different discussion. But when it concerns yours truly, I understand that even when I'm not a candidate, I am the focus for some in this election. But I understand desperation runs high and runs deep. But when you're the chief of staff to the prime minister, having that opportunity to serve your country, you realize that you're also in the fight, even though you're not in the fight. But when I'm proclaimed the leader of the United People's Party, decides not only on the floor of Parliament, but even on a radio interview, to start to criticize and say, well, what Mr. Johnson did or didn't do, I will just use the words of Democratic nominee for president, Kamala Harris, say it to my face next time. If you're so brave to say it on the House of Parliament and on radio, next time, as the old people say it to my face and say it to me directly then. But you see, when you have no substance, when you have no credibility and you're so desperate for a vote, you will do anything and say anything to try and sway the people of St. Martin. But my people, our people are strong people, and they've realized that when you have a vision of visions within the same party, 10 visions. The other night they had their final rally and I heard the number 5 candidate on the list. He had a vision. The road to 1,000 or probably 100 has a vision. Everybody has a vision. How many visions can there be in one party? With URSM, there is one vision, has been one vision, and will always be one vision. The vision for prosperity and hope for the people of St. Martin. Number 12 is our young candidate who has had the opportunity to work in the cabinet of the Minister of General Affairs, our Prime Minister, who represents St. Martin and who is a promise of a better St. Martin with so many. She has demonstrated her leadership skills working in the cabinet, and I'm proud to have her with us not only in the cabinet, but on this list again. So as our song is queued up and we bring on Felicia Brooks, help me bring up candidate number 12, Felicia Brooks, our candidate number 12 on the URSM.
Good night, everybody, and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for listening and engaging with the URSM and our message. My name is Felicia Brooks, and as a St. Martiner, I am passionate about creating positive change for my country. And I am asking for your vote on Monday, August 19th, so that I can bring my qualifications, my knowledge, and my experience to the floor of Parliament. I will use my bachelor's degree in global leadership, my master's degree in international relations, and my postgraduate certification in international law, along with the experience along with the experience that I have gained as a policy advisor for our Prime Minister, Dr. Marcelina, to represent the people of St. Martin to the standard that you deserve. I will be an advocate for changing the way that we engage with economic development on St. Martin and the concept of sustainability. Sustainability must be more than just a word. We need to put policies and legislation in place to ensure that when we pursue development, we pursue it in a way that allows us all to feel the tangible benefits of our country's economic pursuits. And not only us, but the ones that come after us. That is what true sustainability is, not just meeting our needs now, but doing so without compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs. It is about creating a legacy that we can all be proud of. But in order to do that, we must confront the truth of where we are now. We must continue to tackle the reality that the foundations of our country are not secure. And the evidence of this is all around us, affecting our lives every day. The lack of investment in our education, the lack of stability in our energy production, the unreliability of our telecommunications, the destruction of our coastlines and our ecosystems in the pursuit of an elusive idea of progress, while we are still dealing with increasing levels of poverty. We are out of balance because we do not have solid ground to build on. And just as we are tackling the dire energy situation, we will continue to tackle the issues that are negatively affecting the stability of St. Martin. The issues that we are facing are serious ones that broke down over time, and it will take time will, and effort to repair. The reality is that things are difficult and there is much that needs to be done. But no matter the difficulties, I believe in a St. Martin with a stable foundation. I believe that this is possible, and I am committed to doing my part to make this a reality. I will push for more investment in education and training with an emphasis on STEAM subjects because we are our most valuable asset, and our education and skills are key to progress and opportunity. We also need to diversify our economy through creating more ease of online access to global markets, where we will be the producers of online goods and services and not just consumers. Also, diversification within our tourism product, where we finally give our sports and its potential the attention it deserves. And conservation of our natural environment is paramount to our well-being as Caribbean people. And to do so, we need routine use of impact assessments in the determination of future development projects and a commitment to a tourism that emphasizes conservation at its core. And of course, stabilizing and innovating our energy production on this island. There is much that we can do, but for us to be successful, we need you to continue to partner with us, to vote for us again, to believe in the work that we have begun and the work that we will continue to do. You have seen how decisive we are under the leadership of our Prime Minister. You have seen our work ethic, our desire to right the wrongs that we encounter. In January, you made your voices heard, and I am asking you to do so again on Monday, August 19th, even louder than before, because what we need now is time. Time to govern. Time to show how important it is to take a serious and a selfless approach to Parliament and to governance in general. And we, the URSM, will be right there with you, making decisions in the best interest of St. Martin, no matter how difficult or complex. We will continue to work so that we can all have the country that we deserve. I am Felicia Brooks. I am candidate number 12, and I want to thank you, St. Martin. I want to thank you for your belief in the URSM. I want to thank you for the votes that you gave us in January. And once again, I ask you on Monday to give us the time to continue to build a strong foundation for St. Martin. Vote for the URSM. Vote for me, Felicia Brooks. Thank you.
Let's give our candidate number 12 a round of applause. And I can just imagine what they're trying to write and cook up, because when they see the amount of streams that are watching, the persons that are watching now live, they are definitely shaking, not only in their boots, but as the foundation in which they're standing on, whether it's a building, whether it's a home, is shaking because they didn't expect a kind of response that this would have gotten at this juncture in an election campaign. But you see, when you have the heart and spirit of the people of St. Martin, when you're able to deliver for the people of St. Martin without any agenda for self, and country is the priority, then you hear from 15 dedicated candidates on what serving looks like. And that is why it's important. Come Monday, the 19th of August, we're going to get up very early in the morning and we're going to vote. Voting takes place by picking up your voting card, with the identification being your passport, valid driver's license, or valid ID card. And you're going to go to the polling station, which is indicated on your voting card. When you enter the polling station, you're going to stand peacefully and calmly in line. There's no rush, because you know what you're going to do is for country and for the future of this country, for democracy, for justice, that justice and democracy will prevail in this country. And you wait patiently in line with your family, your friends, or even the little kids going with you for support, and you reach by the Voorzitter by the chairperson and the committee over that polling station, and your credentials is verified. You receive that big sheet of paper, that ballot, that big ballot, where 19 lists are, and the 9 lists are, and the best list is the 9th list on that ballot. That is the URSM. Saving the best for last. And when you get that ballot and you're in the booth, you open it, and you see one leader with 14 candidates supporting him. You see the picture of our Prime Minister, the leader of the URSM, Dr. Luc Mercelina. And under his picture, there are 15 names. And any one of those 15 names, you can provide that information in terms of who you're going to vote for. And here on this ballot, you're going to, with the color red pencil that is in the booth, you're going to color in, not circle, not a design. I know you want to write, I love you, Dr. Mercelina, I love you, USM. Unfortunately, not on this ballot. This is a sample ballot. You're going to color in, fill in the white area with the color red pencil that is there. In the event you have made a mistake, you close back the ballot and you return back to the Voorzitter, the chairperson, and the representatives in that polling station, and you ask for a copy of the ballot again, a duplicate copy, and they are to present you with a copy of a new ballot for you to be able to vote. If there is any resistance, now this is the definition of voter suppression, if there's any resistance in allowing you to vote on that day, you pick up the phone and you call any one of us from the USM. And there's one thing I can tell you. We will be there so fast that you will blink your eye, and rest assured that that will be rectified. Because the strength of the USM is not only in the executive branch, not only in the legislative branch, but the amount of diverse professionals and individuals that represent USM as a support. The best lawyers, the best professionals that support the USM will make sure that your true expression of democracy, the power of the ballot, is delivered on the 19th, that you get to vote and cast your vote. So all the other nonsense they were saying before about meetings or no meetings, voter suppression or not, voter suppression is blocking someone, the hindrance of blocking someone to vote. So that has not happened and has not happened to this moment. But on the 19th, you're going to vote and vote overwhelmingly for the URSM. You're going to proudly walk in out of that booth, and you're going to be assured that a better, brighter St. Martin is ahead. And while the main voting bureau has promised an expeditious preliminary result, we are going to call this election quicker than ever before, because when the stacks are at the polling stations for URSM and our representatives give us the preliminary numbers, we are going to be calling and making sure that URSM is part of the next government of St. Martin for the next uninterrupted 4 years. Because you see, the instability didn't come from the URSM. The URSM has been solid, actually, solid as a rock, the true person who is solid in this election. Some use it as a catchphrase. Some use it as a campaign slogan. We use it in practicality. We live it. We believe it. We are it. We are solid, solid as ever, solid as a rock. Representing our justice chain and a proud servant of his people and his country. Now a part of the EPU, the protection unit around the Council of Ministers. Our candidate number 11 is Delano Hutchinson. Delano, the people of St. Martin would love to hear from you. Help me welcome candidate number 11, Delano Hutchinson.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and fellow citizens of St. Martin, welcome. Like our time in government, I'll make this short and sweet. Thank you all for joining us here tonight, united in a common purpose, as we stand together for safety, security, and unity in our communities. It is a privilege to address you not just as individuals, but as a member of a larger family that binds us through shared values and aspirations. In these times of uncertainty, when fear and divisions threaten to pull us apart, we must tell ourselves that safety is not just absence of danger. It is the presence of community, support, and understanding. Our neighborhoods should be safe havens where our children can play freely, where our elders can walk with dignity, and where every person feels valued and protected. But let us be clear, safety does not arise from barriers that divide us, from fear that isolate us. True security is built on the strength of our unity. When we come together, regardless of our backgrounds, beliefs, or differences, there is nothing we cannot overcome. Our diversity is our strength, and it is a reflection of a vibrant tapestry that makes up our society. When we stand together, we send a powerful message that hatred, violence, and discrimination have no place in our community. We must work hand in hand, fostering respect and compassion for one another. It is our responsibility to ensure that anyone who seeks refuge, support, or hope can find it among us. We must also advocate for systems that prioritize our safety, whether it's improving community policing, investing in mental health resources, or creating safe spaces for dialogue and healing. It is essential that we empower those who protect us, ensuring they have the resources they need to keep our communities safe, while promoting transparency and accountability. Let us take a moment to remember that unity is not merely the absence of conflict, it is a commitment to collaboration and understanding. We must engage in conversations that may be uncomfortable but are necessary. Through dialogue, we can find common ground and build bridges for understanding. We must be willing to listen, to learn, to act, not just for ourselves, but the future generations. Today, I call upon each of you to take action. Speak up against injustice when you see it. Extend a hand to your neighbor, reach across the aisle, and invite someone into conversations. Together, we can build a safer, more inclusive community where every voice is heard and every person feels safe. Let us rededicate ourselves to the values of empathy, kindness, and cooperation. Let us move forward, not as fragmented individuals, but as a united front committed to the well-being of all. Together, we can cultivate an environment where safety and unity prevail, where everyone has the right to live, thrive, and pursue their dreams without fear. On August 19, 2024, come out and vote. Let your voice be heard. Vote for true patriotism. Vote Patriot Hutchinson Delano, your number 11 candidate on the URSM slate. In closing, remember that the strength of our community lies not in our differences, but our unity together. We build a safer, more secure future for ourselves, for generations to come. Let us rise together for the love of our country, united in purpose. I can, you can, we can. I thank you.
Our candidate number 11, let's hear for it one more time. Candidate number 11, Delano Hutchinson. As we're getting closer and closer and closer to our leader, you're feeling the energy build up, not only in this room with our live audience, but you're also feeling it virtually. When I open my phone, there's endless messages I won't be able to answer tonight. But be assured that we are ready to govern on the August 19th election for another uninterrupted 4 years. Because when you give the promise and the hope to the people of St. Martin, you're going to see that representation day in and day out. And representation matters even on a day-to-day basis. when a person shows that strong character in their work ethic and who they are. And our candidate number 10 has been able to show that representation not only as a businessman, as a professional, but I also saw it firsthand when he served this country as our Deputy Minister Plenipotentiary in the Netherlands. Representation matters. Representation matters at home, and it matters abroad as well, because you carry the weight of your country, you carry the weight of your people, and having the right person there truly matters. And I have seen firsthand not only his ability, but his leadership and his dedication to his country and our people. So number 10, Michelle Summersall is ready to speak to you, St. Martin. Have me bring up candidate number 10, Michelle Summersall.
They going hold it down. Straight for Parliament, they coming. Straight for Parliament, they running. This party going hold it down. They going hold it down.
I thought I was going to dance. Anyhow. Good night, good evening, my fellow St. Martiners, those who are sitting here with us and those watching online. I must say, it's an honor to be able to talk to you in the comfort of your home, wherever you are, you're on the phone. You know, this is the way to go. We don't have to scream, we don't have to shout. It's not a party, because this election, it's not fun for the people of St. Martin. This is serious business, and we do have some serious issues that we have to attend to. So it's an honor to talk to you from your home. Now, for those who might know me from being a restaurant manager for years here on the island, you know my commitment. You know how I used to fight for my employees, and even if the owners, you know, used to play with the money and didn't want to pay their staff, as a manager, I used to put it aside because the people had to get paid. You who know me and work under my leadership, you know what I stand for. Some might know me from being a public health inspector, you know, carrying out and enforcing legislation to make sure that businesses comply and serve the country safe food. You know I never used to make jokes when I was in the field. You know my standards. You know what I stand for. Some of you might know me from giving classes as a food safety educator. You know my commitment. I started doing this 12 years ago. And even if you come to one of my trainings today, you will see the same passion and commitment to giving the class. And some of them tell me about that. There's no wavering when it comes to what we do and what I do. When I'm committed to something, I'm really committed. Now, you know, Stuart told you already about my time as deputy minister in Holland. It was an honor to serve my country, an honor to sit there and walk the floors of the second chamber and lobby for St. Martin. Lobby for St. Martin. When you go for this job and you want to be part of Parliament, you have to know that even if you're in opposition, you can govern from opposition. You don't have to tread on government. Definitely not after 17 days. If you own a business and people come to work for you, they got a 2-month trial period. We only got 17 days, people. 17 days. But you can govern from opposition, and that means you're going to have to lobby with the coalition to still get things done for the people of St. Martin, because that's what you signed up for. We have over 135 candidates running for 15 seats. People of St. Martin, you have a task at hand, because we are all applying for that job to represent you in the House of Parliament. The House of Parliament is your house, and it's time that you take back your seats, all 15 seats, and elect qualified, dedicated people to represent you in the House of Parliament. We need leaders who are going to lead with compassion. We need leaders who are going to be there in Parliament, who's going to listen to the people and act. Not grandstand, act. I joined this party because we are a party of action. We are a movement. We get things done. In the short time in government, you have seen what we got done. Imagine if you give us 4 years, what we will get done for this country. Give us those 4 years. Now, you know, people ask me, but Summersall, what have you been up to? What you've been doing? I want to share a little bit of things that, you know, what I've been up to lately. I have to say lately because I'm always up to something. Something good, right? I've been lobbying with the ministers and Minister Janssen, you know, That's my girl. Why? I come from the public health sector. I'm a medic in the Army, and that's why when it comes to health and prevention and saving lives, it matters to me. So I've been troubling her pretty often, and I've been lobbying for the implementation of a quality assurance officer to go and inspect the facilities overseas for all those patients we're sending overseas, to make sure that we are getting the quality care that we are paying for, because we are paying a lot of money for quality service overseas and care for our patients. But not only the facilities, it's also to facilitate the patients, to making sure that they're going to their meetings and they're getting the quality that they need. That is not skylighting when you go overseas and we can't see you. No, we need somebody there who's gonna make sure that appointments are met, because there are people who are here who really need that care and can get it because others are overseas thinking they're on vacation. No, we are working for the people and all of the people. We're gonna make sure that it's done and done the right way. What else have I been doing? I've been lobbying because I know the inspectorate is missing an inspector general for quite a while. Dr. Bess has left for a while now. And Miss Illis, who's there, is doing a fabulous job, juggling 2 jobs, trying to get an inspectorate running. I'm all about preventive health. If we want to make sure that our people are safe, we need a captain to lead that team to enforce the laws to make sure that our people is safe. And that's why it's so important that we have our inspector general in place to make sure it's done. Now, legislation said you have to be a doctor or a pharmacist with a Dutch diploma to be inspector general. But the inspectorate, for instance, in Aruba is different than here. They focus on medicine and medical issues. Our inspectorate is very broad. We have food safety, environment in there, daycare centers, labor and safety. And because it's so broad, you don't necessarily have to be a doctor or a pharmacist to run that department. We have to amend the law so that we can find an inspector general, because we've been looking. But it's hard for a doctor to leave their practice and say, hey, today I want to be inspector general. We have to broaden the scope so we could find a qualified person to lead that department. Very important for us. So what else have I been doing? Lobbying for good partnerships for lifelong learning. I'm part of our organization, and BYU Pathway is an online university that is now, the platform is worldwide. And I'm lobbying with USM to make sure that we can offer that to our people here in St. Martin. Not everybody can go away to get their degrees, but right here you could get your associates, your bachelor, even your master's on BYU Pathway. When we talk about doing stuff in action, this is what USM is about. We're about action. We're not giving false promises. We are putting in the work even before and after. Now, I've been advocating for, the direct and majority shareholders with SZV, advocating for them because we have to take into account that if they are excluded from their coverage, that people with pre-existing medical conditions will not be covered by private insurance companies. We've been talking about it because this is something we have to think about before we make decisions. Besides that, I've been advocating for the Met Office because it's been brought to my attention that since 10-10-10, with the transition, Met Office has been operating without their policy, what do you call it, the policy? Well, not advisor, they don't have a function book, sorry, without a function book. So here's another department that has no function book, where the employees there, the civil servants, cannot even get promoted within the department, cannot execute the tasks they used to do before 10-10-10. And these are the same people that we have to rely on now in the hurricane season to tell us what's going on with the weather. It's unfair that we didn't take it over in 10-10-10. This has to be rectified. These are things that keeps me busy. These are things that motivate me to run for Parliament because it's all about work. People of St. Martin, I want to tell you, take back your seats and take back your future. Listen to me good. Take back your seats and take back your future and appoint people who will represent you without any hidden agendas. URSM is here to work for you. We have been working for you. My name is Michel Summersall. I'm candidate number 10 on URSM. Come August 19, go out and vote. Go out and vote early because together We will weather the storm and we will rise. We will rise. We will rise. I thank you.
Let me hear from our live audience a louder round of applause for our candidate number 10. And of course, those of you who are tuned in at home are listening to us virtually. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. And of course, if you have family and friends that are not able to tune in via our social media platforms, they can log on via the website www.721news.com. Tel TV, we are also live on Tel TV via TVCARIB. Of course, Ghetto News and all our social media platforms. So make sure that you continue to share this live and make sure that more persons hear the message of hope and prosperity for this country and how we're going to govern the next 4 years uninterrupted under the leadership of the Unified Resilient St. Martin movement. Before I call up candidate number 9, I need to talk about the word representation again. What does it mean? Because over this past campaign and the campaign before this, I heard, and we have heard time and time again, but the URSM is a Curacao party. The Prime Minister is from Curacao. That some of them are from Curacao, from here, or from there, or from wherever. I want to be very clear. That level of ignorance and stupidity has no place on St. Martin. St. Martin has been founded on the basis of inclusivity, being able to include everyone in this home called St. Martin. And whether you're born here or born to be here, you are a St. Martiner. And you can't be the top surgeon for decades, all of a sudden having been a St. Martiner. And when you jump into the political arena, all of a sudden then you are from somewhere else. Everyone on this party represents a cross-section of who we are on St. Martin. Whether you're born to be here or born here on St. Martin. St. Martin as a population is a representation of the diversity and the uniqueness of who we are as a people and as a country. What a wonderful place to be. What a wonderful place to live. And even if the lights are off and on now and then, even if paradise seems to be for some a doom and gloom, there's no better place than St. Martin. What a beautiful place to be born on or to be living on today, as we will always be the envy of the world. So tonight, St. Martin, be proud of who you are. Be proud to be a St. Martiner, because this party represents that. You are SM. You are St. Martin. That is the foundation in which this party has been founded on. The basis of inclusivity, of inclusion, representing everyone on St. Martin, making sure that you have a voice not only in Parliament, not only in the executive branch, but every single day that these candidates walk the streets and are with you, the people of St. Martin. That is what representation looks like. That is why the URSM is the only party that goes beyond a slogan in their campaign, but does so in its actions. And our candidate that is coming up, number 9, is Joseph Peterson, who walks the streets of Simpson Bay, who walks the streets of this country, who you know every single day as a humble, hardworking man. And we are proud to have Joseph on this list once again. The core candidates that have formed the basis of this list, believing in the prosperity and believing in the core principles of the URSM, making sure that we're there for another 4 years. Joseph, St. Martin is ready to hear from you. Our candidate, number 9, Joseph Peterson.
Good evening, everyone, fellow listeners and citizens of St. Martin that is tuning in on virtual. My name is Joseph Peterson. I'm candidate number 9. I'm on the automation part of the island. I'm the party. Let me give you a little story. St. Martin can be a place which will be beautiful, as automation is already taken St. Martin. Every home on St. Martin has a cell phone. It's a computer. Some has laptops, so we are all automated. And as a citizen and a member of the URSM, I want to bring the government under one roof where we have all the computers linked together, meaning GB, TLM, the tax office. Even the bank can connect to the government and collect documents from citizens without having the citizens going back and forth, wasting people time. So those are things that the URSM will do for us. We're also planning on being transparent with the people of St. Martin. In every district, we have the different community centers, and they got some districts that don't have community centers. We're planning on coming together in every community center to hear what the people have to say. So we are not going to be coming to you once every 4 years. We're going to be in every district, probably every month, and finding out what your problems are and what your solutions to the problem can be. And together we can make a difference. GB has a problem right now, and that's not the URSM fault. It's the former government. So what we plan on doing for GB is to rectify the problem. Everybody telling us we should go green. Going green in a hurricane belt is not easy. Imagine 1,000 solar cells have to be taken up every 6 months and put back. It's not feasible. It's very expensive. I have found a solution, which I shared with the team already, which is the under ocean technology. And no matter what hurricane comes, the system is under the ocean, so it will not get destroyed. The only way, of course, it get destroyed is if one of those ships pull the anchor through it. And they break the law, so then they have to pay for that. So that's one way. The solutions that we have, imagine, it waited until the URSM get in government for work to start on the hospital. It's a shame. Our Prime Minister, Mr. Marcelino, did a wonderful job, and we got the people to work. I don't know how he did it, but he's a man of many talents. And as a doctor, you know, for a surgeon to go in and operate on a person, you have to have a lot of plans and a lot of other different things in order to fall back on. So as a doctor, our leader is the best prime minister that you can have for a country. So I'll ask few people out there that did not vote this election, January the 11th, to come out and support the URSM. Give us the mandate. We need 8 seats to win this election. And with the 50% that did not vote, I believe we can get us 8 seats. So come out, vote Joseph Peterson, candidate number 9 on the URSM slate. Let us bring prosperity and goodwill to St. Martin. I also have another thing that I want to bring up. Our youngsters that is falling out of school, our internet is the best solution for making money. But we can't on St. Martin. PayPal refused to pay St. Martiners funds. But Friendside, PayPal pays. And the government of St. Martin does not control international. That's Holland. But for whatever reason, the parliament, for the last, I can't say 4 years because it's been like this as long as I can remember. And no one made a choice to fix these problems. Every payment processor, including 10, there's no kingdom of the Netherlands right now in St. Martin. None. If you look at all payment processors, you can't find it. It's from 10, how long that is? 14 years. And you can tell me, that means, I'm asking the question, is 10 real? Because that's not even included. So did Holland did the job? No. Did the Parliament did their job to contact Holland? I don't know. I was not in there. So this election, vote Joseph Peterson in, and we will work towards getting internet businesses for our people that has fallen out of school and those who are sitting at home with their kids. that needs a job can do internet marketing at home and make a living. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
This party going hold it down. They going hold it down. Straight for Parliament, they coming straight for Parliament.
St. Martin, your candidate number 9, Joseph Peterson. Before I call up candidate number 8, I need us to go in the archives of this country. And when persons want to label and criticize things that this government of only 17 days before it went in demissioner and caretaker, we must look in the history of the archives of our news. And one of those news articles that said, complaints about GEBE bills can also be raised with Duran. And that's May 2020, the 15th, in a Daily Herald publication that was submitted. Today, those same individuals want to give the URSM this GEBE inherited crisis as if it belonged to URSM. If you brag that you were in for 4 stable years that you were there, then you also have to take the responsibility that the mess that we are in with this energy crisis is also part of that responsibility that you take up. And the next part of the responsibility is go in the archives of the shareholders meeting and ask, what was the decision that was given? What was the ultimatum? What was the option that was given then by whomever it may have been? I don't know. I wasn't in the shareholders meeting. And then you ask those members that sit in that council of ministers, was it not that the scenario of where we are today could have been prevented if that decision in that shareholders meeting with the then managing board representatives there, a very dynamic individual or individuals, whomever, again, I was not there, if they were able to give you the right vision in terms of making the right choice, but you failed to make the right choice. And every time the people of St. Martin are in darkness, every time the light switches off on our elderly, every time the light switches off on those that have to use medication, insulin, and others that have to secure their insulin medication before the electricity comes back on 6, 8, 10, 12 hours, or even sometimes longer, depends on where you have been living. Tell them why you did not, with the information that you had in that shareholders meeting, decide and make this reality disappear then. If you want to take credit for things, take credit for the things that you should be doing, and that was representing the people of St. Martin for the 4 years. But you were not representing the people of St. Martin. You were busy making deals. You were busy trying to see what projects, what construction boom could have happened for you and your friends and your family, while the people of St. Martin now in darkness. But the light is with URSM. The light of prosperity and the hands-on approach to deal in such a short period of time with this energy crisis has been with URSM. And that is why, under the leadership of URSM and our Prime Minister and the leader of this party, Dr. Luc Mercedina, that a stronger mandate is of utmost importance. Not for the 15 candidates on the URSM, not for the 15 parliamentarians that will be sworn in September, but for you, the people of St. Martin, that you have true representation. And when you look down the entire list of the URSM, ask yourself the question, who's in it when you look across party lines, for self or for country? How did those big posters come about from candidates that did not have big posters in the last election? Who is behind those candidates? Who is going to pull the strings as the puppet master on the puppets in this election? Because when they are sworn in, God forbid, they will not answer to you, the people of St. Martin. They will be answered to those that have invested in them. Because there's no free lunch anywhere. Even with family and friends, you know that. There is no free lunch. So if a family or friend invite you to a lunch, be careful, because there's no free lunches. And we all know in politics, there is definitely no free lunches. So you ask them, who are you going to represent come after the 19th of August? Is it the big businesses that supported you, or is it the people of St. Martin? We, the people of St. Martin, that deserve representation. So be very careful, my dear people of St. Martin, who we elect come the 19th of August. It truly matters who you put at that table to negotiate the next government of St. Martin. Because if you have persons that do not have the character, do not have the agenda of country above self, We are going to be in this same situation over and over and over. And as much as we like to test our democracy, we don't need to test it anymore for now. But with URSM, you can be rest assured not only would there be leadership, there will be unprecedented stability with URSM at the helm. So my dear people of St. Martin, tonight is an urgent plea for the future of this country and the very young people that this country is going to need as a strong foundation. Right now, tonight, you're going to have a moment of self-reflection at home, even after this virtual meeting is over. And you're going to ask yourself, is whatever they give me now enough to last me over the 4 years? Or do I need the country to be in a better position? Do I need our economy to be in a better position? Do I need our healthcare system to be in a better position? Do I need our education system to be in a better position? Do I need our justice system to be in a better position? Do I need the right type of leadership to lead us through this turbulent time that our country is in? A steady hand of progress and prosperity is needed. A message of hope and change is needed. And that hope and change started in January. And we're going to continue with a stronger mandate come Monday, the 19th of August. And we are asking for your support and your unwavering confidence in the 15 candidates of the URSM. Because tonight is a moment of being proud. Be proud of who you are as a St. Martiner. Be proud to represent St. Martin day in and day out. Be proud to be a part of this party. And if you're a part of this party, wear it proudly in your heart. You don't need flags on your car that probably were for rent. You don't need stickers in the car wrapped around that probably was for rent. You don't need a plane ticket. You don't need barbecue that is only going to last in your belly a few hours before it's digested. You need to have that ballot in your hand come the 19th of August, and you're going to represent by the power of the ballot. And as we've done before in January, you're going to poke it to them come the 19th of August one more time. So help me, with no further ado, our candidate number 8, who I have known even long before he came on the list of the URSM, someone who is dedicated to working in the profession of healthcare. Our very own pharmacist, someone who is hardworking, stuck with the URSM, has been a strong force within the URSM, giving feedback and contributing day out and day in, who has walked the streets of St. Martin and will continue to do so with the URSM. Our candidate number 8 is Jason Matthews. Help me bring up candidate number 8.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Public of St. Martin listeners, stream viewers. My name is Jason. All of you met you. I'm honored to speak with you tonight. As we approach this election, I'm asking you for your support to vote for the URSM party. Have no fear, URSM is here. We are working tirelessly to improve the healthcare in St. Martin, especially our senior citizens who deserve more daycare centers, greater attention. Our mental health is another critical issue on our island, and I want to commend our Minister of Health, Veronica Janssen, for a commitment to cause signing of new, larger mental health facility. This achievement shows that URSM is the party dedicated to the well-being of our peoples. You didn't notice, right now they're out of the government. They know how to solve all the problems we face now. You didn't notice that? And I'm asking myself, but when you was in, what you was doing? Where you was? You was busy for yourself, or you was busy for family or friend? But URSM show you, as my slogan said, less talk and more action, delivering real results. And by the way, I will tell you, Luke will stay, Luke will stay, Luke will stay. Because I saw them, Luke must go, Luke must go. Where Luke have to go? Luke will stay there, that's it. Because the folk know already. They're coming out and they go vote for Luke. A big thank you to our Prime Minister, Luke Messalina. Meanwhile, he was in Washington, others screaming the other side. He went for 250 million, he went for this, he went for that. He went to do his job. When he was over there, he did his job too, because he came with a solution. midterm, long term, and I can guarantee you, he is working for the solution of GB. This means don't have fear, because he is working and he will stay over there. That's why I'm asking you humbly to come out the 19th of August and go vote for USM, because this party is there for you. We're working for St. Martin. We not work for friends and family. That's why on 19th of August, come out, go vote, support me. Candidate number 8, Matthew Jason Oliver. You guy from the pharmacy. Everybody know me as the pharmacy. Thank you.
They sat in government, and thank you, candidate number 8. Let's give candidate number 8 a round of applause. Jason Matthews, our pharmacist, our healthcare professional who we are very, very proud of. They sat in the government of St. Martin for 4 years, they said. 4 years they had different ministries, and one ministry amongst many others that they failed time and time again was the Ministry of Public Works of Vromi. And as Jason mentioned in his address, when the Prime Minister went to Washington and on several work trips of necessity, all of a sudden they pretended as if these work trips were not in the transition documents highlighted that was needed for the country. It wasn't something that USM said, well, we just need to go to Washington because we have nothing else to do. No. These were deeply rooted in the transition documents that they self-provided. I mean, a ministry or two later provided them not on time. And I'm not going to talk about how the cabinets of those ministries were left when they left office in that transition. That would be a whole other media broadcast. But when we talk about information going to the public, you have a responsibility as an elected or an appointed official to give accurate and factual information. And while the Prime Minister was in Washington, the issue of capacity within Vromi became an issue. That Vromi did not have the capacity or the manpower to execute projects of the World Bank. That one of the vulnerabilities and the reason why the Prime Minister had to attend the work mission to Washington and ultimately then a follow-up to the Netherlands was to safeguard the funds that were allocated to St. Martin, that it wouldn't be wasted, that the funds could be allocated for projects that will serve the people of St. Martin. And instead of sitting in a room waiting for a photo opportunity, your Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of the people of St. Martin, said, but guys, listen, I need to have this thing and your vision have to align with my vision of the country, that my people have to benefit from these projects. There must be something tangible, something that the people can feel. It's not just about coming here and hearing a presentation. The Prime Minister is not an individual like that, St. Martin. I can guarantee you, when he is in a room, not only does he command the respect and gets the respect of the room, but he is able to provide short-term, mid-term, and long-term solutions. And you leave that room with action-oriented approaches to whatever situation is before. And when we left Washington, the Prime Minister had already outlined the need to build capacity within the Ministry of Vromi, to make sure that there was support in the different projects supported by the NRPB, that those projects would not be lost in the time frame that the money was allocated to be used in St. Martin. That's the difference of having 4 years and a few days in office. That 4 days or 5 days did more than those that were there for 4 years. That is the practicality of the URSM. And then the mission supported further in the Netherlands was to make sure that our energy crisis was further addressed. And as the Prime Minister met with the State Secretary, our new State Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Kingdom Relations, you know, again, when you enter a room, we tend to go abroad as St. Martin, some might say, and be intimidated by those who we meet. But when you have a statesman representing your country, they then in turn are nervous and scared to say, but wow, St. Martin has a Prime Minister that represents and represents well. And that was told to us even after. Wow, I was a bit nervous by the technical support having to meet the Prime Minister of St. Martin. That's the weight and leadership that we have. And as the Prime Minister boarded the plane to return back to the country, to his people, an email was immediately sent and support, unconditional support, was sent for the Prime Minister and our country. That is the kind of representation that is needed in this country with a stronger mandate. Not just going to the Netherlands to see museums and having a wonderful time. That was not part of the agenda. But going to the different councils of states, going to the office of the Minister Plenipotentiary, who you'll hear from very shortly, and making sure that representation happens not only on the high level, but also in the St. Martin House as well. Making the St. Martin House the people's house, bringing the people and the diaspora of St. Martin and the Netherlands closer in news and information, and that our students also know that they have a strong pillar of support while in the Netherlands. Not just taking a nice photo up in the airport and then we send our students along. No, 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 no. Because there were actual students that we met just around the block from the cabinet of the Minister Plenipotentiary that didn't even know the office was there. But with URSM, they know the office is there for them and all their other family and friends, because that is what the House of St. Martin should represent. Not having someone that is there just to be there and to fill up the room, but to guide our people to know that that house, that representation in the Netherlands is for you, the people of St. Martin, and it is needed day in and day out. So we are going to continue on that track, St. Martin, making sure that these issues that we're bringing forward represents you, the people of St. Martin. So whether it was a mission that they were aware about in their transition document in the Netherlands or in Washington, or the necessary work missions that happened on island, representing the people of St. Martin is the core of what URSM represents. I see it every single day in our candidates. I see it every single day in the support team behind the URSM. I see it every single day in our board, and every single day that fire is burning in the eyes of our Prime Minister to make sure that the light shines brightly on St. Martin for everyone. And all the wrongs that they did to civil servants, all the things and promises that they made to civil servants, he has addressed and continues to address time and time again. So civil servants in the building no longer are living in fear and a heavy heart, because even when the government of St. Martin was tested, this government of St. Martin, your Prime Minister, without any prompting, without any political fanfare or rhetoric, went to every single individual in the government building of St. Martin, every single civil servant. There was no camera, there was no press release, there was nothing. And I'm saying it because I think it's important that it comes now, because there's so much at stake, that you understand the type of person that has been representing you. Because when you talk about an individual, you have to give the entire picture and you give the facts. This is a fact-checking mission now. That person, our Prime Minister, walked to every single individual in the government administration building, every single civil servant, and individually apologized for what they have had to go through with the government of St. Martin falling yet again, and gave them the reassurance that no matter what, don't lose hope, don't lose faith. And he was proud and apologized of the serving they have done despite the circumstances they have faced time and time again. That weight in the building, that cloud that hanged over the administration building, those sad faces when we first came in and expressing their grievances of what they were encountering over those 4 years, are now smiles and reassurances and calls and text messages telling us time and time again, we are with you. We are going to support the URSM. And I know that temptation is the root of many evils. And I know that they might come at you with everything they have gotten. And as desperation sets in closer to the morning of the 19th of August, stay strong, my people. Stay strong, the people of St. Martin, because the URSM is going to get your support. And I want you to be confident that when we get your support, that we're going to have your back yet again. Because as our slogan says, have no fear, URSM is here. And on a lighter note, they wouldn't want me to call Prince for them. But anyway, I am going to call our next candidate. Our next candidate on the list is our current member of parliament. Our current member of parliament, having even before he started in the January election, was putting in draft initiatives for parliament and making sure that those initiatives and all other plans were followed up on, now having been an official member of parliament for the URSM. We are very proud of our member of parliament, Richard Bruch. So have me call up candidate number 7, who is going to be with the URSM and will stay with the URSM and stay with this country because he is so proud to represent the people of St. Martin and represent URSM. Thank you, Richinel. Thank you for serving, and here is your floor.
He stands firm when duty calls. An honest man who protects the laws. No task too big, nothing too small. It's in his heart to involve us all. And the time is coming, coming, coming. Election day, I can hear the rumbling. But my people, them really hurting. Somebody please stop my country from stumbling. It's up to you.
Blessings, St. Martin. Boa noite, St. Martin. Buenas noches, St. Martin. To those of us following us in St. Martin and all over the world, I say to you, welcome. Welcome. And thank you for tuning in. Here we are again. Second election in 1 year. How did we get here? Greed. Power hungry. Lack of political maturity. And most important, or just as important as the others, lack of integrity. In the last election on January 11, 2024, I was blessed to be elected a member of parliament after 10 years of campaigning. After 10 years of campaigning, and right before I was sworn in, government fell. Government fell. Right before I was sworn in. Nevertheless, it was a sweet bitter victory. It was a sweet bitter victory. But my head, my focus was still on, because I knew why I ran. I knew the things that I wanted to accomplish for the people of St. Martin. I ran on alleviation of poverty, and I still continue to run on that platform today in this election. It baffles me how previous governments can say that they have governed this country successfully for the last 4 years. It baffles me how they can say such a thing. The people of St. Martin are not better off now than they were 4 years ago. They're not. Are you? Are you? So it's clear. It's impossible for them to say that they have successfully governed this country. The facts are there. I ain't speaking from my behind. The facts are there. No, I'm sorry, but that's it. The facts are there. And I'm going to tell you why I'm so upset, disappointed in some of those members of parliament that threw down government, those parties, because they forgot the main focus was the people of St. Martin. They forgot the main focus was the people of St. Martin. The number of children that goes to school hungry every day during school, and the numbers continue to grow. It shows that we have a social issue. What have they done? What have they done? The number of our senior citizens that are struggling in their golden years instead of sitting at home in their rocking chair and enjoying their grandchildren, great-grandchildren, enjoying what they have, the fruits of their labor. We have them standing in lines asking for handouts. We have them having to make a decision based on that measly income that they have, whether or not they should buy their medication, buy the proper foods that they need, the healthier foods that is in this country is more expensive. They say that they have run this country successfully for the last 4 years. Our frontline workers, the justice workers, the justice force, and the others unsung heroes, our teachers, and other civil servants that have been unjustly abused, overworked, underpaid. That is the situation that is going on today in St. Martin. We are losing our civil servant force to the private sectors and overseas because we are not investing in our people. We are not investing in our people. And if you don't invest in your people, then what's the point? What's the point? I was not going to mention this. I was not going to mention it because I think it's something that is every day, it's evident. This GB crisis, candidates before me have mentioned it, but it's true. This GB crisis have affected every district, St. Peter's, Dutch Quarter, Pelican, Colby, Town, every district within our country. Why? It have affected every sector, the businesses, the families, or even our educational system is affected by this GB crisis. How did we get here? You know how we get here. You know exactly how and why we are here today. August 19. August 19, I ask you to please give it to them at the poll. Show them that they're no longer welcome here anymore. Show them that we don't want them to govern this country anymore. Give us the mandate. Give URSM the mandate. I'm a current sitting member of parliament with MP Roseberg. I need backup from the URSM. I need more members of the URSM in parliament. And the list of reasons can go on and on. It can go on and on because the issues are tremendous. But my intention today, here, is not only to highlight it for you. You live it. We live it. We live it. We know the sacrifices that were not made for us. The suffering that is going on with our neighbors, with ourselves. Can't provide, can't save. But I'm hopeful. I still remain hopeful. Because I understand the importance. I understand the urgency of what our people are going through. And for that reason, when I was elected to Parliament, I didn't just sit down and collect. I make sure that you, the people of St. Martin, the taxpayers, are getting your money worth. Prior to being elected, I submitted a national decree to ensure that all our children that are going to school will receive a meal. They will have access to a meal program. We're not discriminating. The URSM is not discriminating between private schools, public schools, and subsidized schools. That's what's going on now. So all the children, regardless which school they're in, they're gonna have access to a meal program. Prior to being elected, I submitted a national decree, a risk allowance for us unsung heroes. Workers, we are losing workers by the day. It means that soon it will affect, not soon, it has already begun to affect the quality of service that we provide for our people. It is our responsibility to ensure, to make sure that that doesn't happen. And when our locals leave our government agencies because of lack of pay, we don't hesitate to bring out the red carpet and bring the foreigners in to take their position. And I have no problem with that. If we didn't have the labor, but we have them here. Equal opportunity for our people. Equal opportunity for our people. They too deserve the red carpet. They too deserve the red carpet. Adjustment of salary scale for our teachers. Imagine if we have a country without educators. Because that's what's going on right now. Our teachers are leaving the field. Who's going to teach our children? What are we going to do with them? It's already difficult. The conditions are already unbearable. We see the results in our streets. It is for me incomprehensible what the past government have been doing. It is unacceptable. Ladies and gentlemen, there are single parents. There are even parents where both mother and father is in the home. But because of the condition, because of the lives that we have today, that we have to work 2 or 3 jobs in order to make ends meet, we are losing our children to the streets. We are losing our children to the streets. Recently in Parliament, we had a meeting pertaining to the high increase in crime. It is a reflection of our social aspect. It's the social life of our population. It is a reflection. And that meeting turned out to be the security of the members of Parliament. It was about them and their family. It wasn't about public. It wasn't about public because the decision that was made by COM was in the best interest of all of us, the public of St. Martin, our safety. So I stand behind that decision, and I'm disappointed that the members of Parliament only focused on them and not you. The videos are there. They don't care about you. They don't care about us. They care only about them and their family. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just under 3 months in Parliament. We're just under 3 months in Parliament. I have amended a law that have allowed the unions, more unions, to be able to sit at the decision table so that they can negotiate on the civil servants' behalf. For example, the Justice Department. For years, they weren't able to sit down at the negotiation table. We have amended the LMR. I've created a draft amendment of the LMR in order to ensure that they can sit at the table. Because if they were able to do that years ago, the security of this country, the security of our people, would have been way better. Would have been way better. Political will, they lacked. Competence, perhaps, they also lacked. But the URSM, as I said, we have it. We have it from all sectors. We have it from all angles. And our focus is you, the people of St. Martin. I am not going to take too long, but I'm going to say this. I have proven, together with my colleague, MP Shamira Roseberg, 3 months, 5 months, that we have proposed laws and legislations to improve the quality and lives of our people of St. Martin. Because we know the urgency. We know that the lives of our people are at stake. Our focus, the URSM focus, will and has always and will continue to be the people of St. Martin. And if we do it, and I did it, in 3 months, it makes me ask the question, what were the rest doing all those other years? The people of St. Martin were being robbed, bamboozled. Where are the amendments? Where are the law initiatives? Where? To help improve the benefits of the lives of our people. The URSM, I give you my word, a vote for us on August 19, a vote for myself, Richard Brook, candidate number 7, on August 19, will be the best investment you will make in this country. It will be the best investment you will make for the future generations of this country. I know what it is. I have made public my tax papers, my police record. I know what it is to serve, to put my life on the line for the people of St. Martin. This has not changed. This will not change. This will not change at no period in time. Competence, integrity, that is what you will find in my person and the URSM candidates. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On August 19, you go out, you vote for the URSM, my person, candidate number 7, and you will not regret it.
Our Member of Parliament, Reginald Brook, candidate number 7. I know what's a wonderful thing about the URSM. All our candidates can pass screening. All of our candidates have an excellent police record of good conduct. And most importantly, our candidates represent a cross-section of St. Martin and able to serve and have been serving you, the people of St. Martin. With a government of 25%, 10 of those candidates on the list have been either in the government of St. Martin, working in the cabinets of the 2 ministries that URSM has, or in the Parliament faction office, supporting our 2 members of Parliament. And that is why, with a stronger mandate, more representation from the URSM, not only in the legislative branch, but also in the teams that are around the candidates and around the campaign and around the cabinets, will be there to continue to push one agenda. That is the agenda of the people of St. Martin. And that is why it's important that you have representation in this government, a broader representation. Our candidate number 6, Gracita Arundel, has been a member of the URSM from the beginning. And she has shown what representation looks like, not only in the past, but now more so than ever while serving in the Netherlands. While there was a slight shift in representation in the Council of Ministers, our number 6 candidate didn't buckle, didn't feel intimidated, didn't tremble, didn't shake, wasn't worried. As a dynamic ambassador for our country, she picked up immediately and continued representing for St. Martin and continuing representing in the House of St. Martin in the Netherlands. Having gone not only to events, having not only represented St. Martin and by extension our Prime Minister and that of the URSM, but she represented with a stateswoman's mindset and representation. And Gracita has done so time and time again. And I have no doubt after the 19th of August, she will do so one more time. Help me bring up our candidate number 6, our Deputy Minister Plenipotentiary, our Honorable Deputy Minister Plenipotentiary. By definition, honorable means someone of distinguished authority, someone with honor, and we are definitely, by definition, proud of our Honorable Deputy Minister Plenipotentiary, our number 6 candidate, Gracita Arundel.
For things to get much better, we voting for Gracita. No if, no buts, no maybes.
Good evening, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, Prime Minister Dr. Luc Marcelina, Mrs. Marcelina, Dr. Romans. Behind every good man, there's even a better woman. I need to pick up the women. I mean, come on. I am your number 6 candidate, Gracita R. Arundel, currently Deputy Minister Plenipotentiary in The Hague. Thank you for that beautiful introduction, Stuart. Now, briefly, very brief, I come from a family of 9, 3rd child, 1st daughter. Daughter of Mr. Miguel Arundel, now deceased, buried right here, and daughter of Mrs. Regina Marks, born in French Quarter. My dad was born in Middle Region. I was born in a country, Netherlands Antilles, for those who know our history. Born in Curaçao, proudly so, from St. Martin blood, going back for centuries. So those who have a problem with that my blood runs here for centuries, that's your problem. Put it in your pipe and smoke it. The URSM party is a strong party. The members come from a diverse background from within the Netherlands Antilles, and I'm very proud to stand here to represent every single person here in St. Martin. Brief background. As the first president of parliament, I also prepared the first referendum for country St. Martin that led to the first parliament of St. Martin. We speak about legislation. The first draft initiative law that was presented to St. Martin at a time when I was a member of the Island Council was the Ombudsman draft law. Today, the Ombudsman is one of the high council of states of this country, St. Martin, that takes care of the needs of the people. I have a solid educational background, having my master's in political science, a basis that led to where I am today, a basis that I'm proud of, and hopefully many more students and other persons could follow into. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone deserves a dignified life in our beautiful St. Martin. Our elderly, our first responders, our pensioners, our students, children, businesses, civil servants, single parents, every single one deserves a dignified life. And the past couple of months, we have not been enjoying a dignified life. I've had persons who cried to me, in front of me, grown men, grown women, because of what they're going through. The URSM party is not a party to party. We are a party that's going to work and that have shown that we have worked. August 19th, under the leadership of Dr. Luc Mercelina, a surgeon with a steady hand, a leader with just as steady hands going forward to make sure that the people of St. Martin have a dignified life. The challenges and the suffering of the past 4 years will be in a rear view after August the 19th. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers, voters, supporters, if you love St. Martin like I do, like we do, like the URSM does, like the leader of our party, Dr. Luc Mercelina, has been doing, then you have no other choice than to go out and vote on August the 19th, from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. On August the 20th, please, we cannot have any regrets. January was a dry run. And you know what? I'm a woman of faith. And I am sure that whatever happened is leading to the date today that those who didn't vote in January, that right now they will make sure that the URSM has the mandate to govern for 4 stable years. On this day, your vote will determine the rest of your life. Our visions and our solution for St. Martin is not chaos or confusion, is not hatred nor hunger. Our path forward is built on competence, care, and compassion. 17 days is ridiculous. You felt it? 17 days, our country has been hijacked. And on August the 19th, it is your turn to take this country back. Your decisive vote will give the URSM the mandate to govern with integrity, transparency, and accountability for 4 years. We are close to the government building. Our Prime Minister, in the first couple of days, that he entered that office, walked around this building. The building is our calling card. And he said, but wait a minute, what is this? So he's not only a man of vision that brought this team together, he's also a man who knows that when your calling card has rubbish around it, that's a detail. But you know what? Sometimes the devil is in the detail. I've said it many, many times. And the Prime Minister got his team together and said, we need to clean this rubbish up. And we're going to clean up the government with your vote on August the 19th as well. There's much more to say, and there's much more to do. But finally, let me show you what I've done in my very brief tenure as Deputy Minister Plenipotentiary, where, again, I've had a privilege to witness in person our Prime Minister work for the people of St. Martin in 4 days. It was a whirlwind, but he was received with respect, and he got the results that a statesman, a representative, a true representative of St. Martin deserved. The Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, went and he got the results for short-term, mid-term, and also long-term for our country. There's no other Prime Minister that's going to govern this country in the next 4 years than Prime Minister Dr. Luc Mercelina, our leader. 4 years. We have your back. Cabinet Mercelina 2 can only happen with your vote. I don't want to hear anything else because, like my colleague, my friend, Mr. Brugge, I've been doing this over and over again. And thanks to Dr. Mercelina and the board of the URSM, I am able to represent you with dignity in The Hague. And let me share with you briefly a few of the things that we have started in the few weeks that we've been there. Preparing legislation for voting rights for our students. The democratic deficit that we speak about within the kingdom, it is right here among us. Our people should have a say, like we have a say in the Dutch Parliament or the European Parliament. We should be able to allow our citizens in the Netherlands and our students to vote for the future of this country. Secondly, housing. The housing situation in the Netherlands is very dire. Our students, some of them are on the street. Some parents already contacted me because we made it our commitment to put things in place to ensure that the first-year students going forward will have a place, safe place to stay when they travel to the Netherlands to study. Securing housing is not easy, but we will get it done. Having a student coordinator for our students is another milestone that we are working on. It's already on our website. A PR officer. We need a PR officer to be able to bring across the messages about our beautiful St. Martin, not only the negativity that is now covering our beautiful island. So in a very short time, we went, we reached, and we worked, like the other members of the cabinet, of Cabinet Mercelina. Funding. We have lost so many millions of euros of funding for projects for our country. It is important, people of St. Martin, to have the right representation there with the support of the Prime Minister to make use of this money. Not €1 should go to waste going forward, and not one student should be left behind going forward if the people of St. Martin votes for the URSM to have the mandate on August the 19th. In closing, August the 19th, 2024 is your chance to make St. Martin better than before. I love St. Martin, and I know that you love St. Martin too. I deliver when given the opportunity. Give us that opportunity a few days from now. God bless you. God bless St. Martin, and let's do this, people. I don't want to hear, like many people say, the disappointment, because it takes two to tango. We know that you're hurting, we know that you're disappointed, but all of us here, and especially Dr. Mercelina, have worked tirelessly to convince you that it's the right thing to do. That vote is your way for the quality of your life forward. a dignified life. Give us that opportunity. Give me, your number 6 candidate, Gracita Arundel, that opportunity to continue working for you, to continue to deliver with competence, caring, compassionate. God bless you, God bless St. Martin, and God bless Dr. Messalina and his team.
Our candidate number 6, the Honorable Deputy Minister Plenipotentiary, Gracita Arundel. Let's give her a big round of applause for having delivered not only a beautiful address, but more so the work that she was able to do in a short period of time with her staff at the House of St. Martin, at the People's House in the Netherlands. On Monday, the 19th of August, there is a final opportunity for you to get your voting card. And I want to remind you of that opportunity. If you haven't received it in the mail, you are to go by the Government Administration Building from 8 a.m. in the morning to 6 p.m. Now, 6 p.m. is too late, so you're going to go by 8 to 12. You're going to go in the morning early. And you're going to get your voting card if you have not been able to collect it in the mail for whatever reason. The mail did not get to you. You're going to pick up your voting card with your valid ID card or your valid passport. And if you encounter any difficulties in collecting your voting card, be rest assured that the URSM is going to have someone around the building, or you can contact us to make sure that you get your voting card on Monday. In the event you are unable to physically go to the Government Administration Building, you can write a draft power of attorney, and that power of attorney gives an individual the opportunity to pick up the voting card on your behalf with a copy of your ID card attached, and the name of the person who you're giving that power of attorney to has to be in that letter. And if you need a sample of that letter, if you need assistance with that letter, URSM is more than prepared and ready to assist you with that letter. We've done so up to Friday with numerous persons and Saturday, and we are able to do so Monday if you need that support and assistance as well. So for whatever reason, because of work, because you only have, for some of you in our community, about 2 hours to vote, depending on where you're working. If you need someone to collect your voting card on your behalf, that power of attorney can be drafted. If we need to drive to your place of work, we are prepared to drive. If we need to walk, if we need to crawl, we will get to you. Be assured that your voting card would be collected and you'll be allowed to vote, because we want to make sure that you're able to vote and you have the voting card to vote come August the 19th in this election. Because indeed, the 19th of August is a very important election. You have heard it over and over and over again. And URSM has been there, like I said before, and many of the candidates, for a short period of time. And when you ask about vision and practicality, you've heard so many issues in our country, so many things, so many promises. And one of those things you have heard for the past years since we became a country is, for instance, the building of a parliament building on St. Martin. And what did your Prime Minister do? Just 17 days plus in office, is to work on the vision, not just a vision of building a building. And you will hear from our Prime Minister about the vision, for instance, on the hospital, and our Minister of Health on the vision of the hospital. Because indeed, it's one thing to build a building, but who and what you put in it is what makes the difference. Building a hospital is the mission, but knowing who and what type of specialists are going to be in that building has been the central theme of our Minister of Public Health and your Prime Minister and this party, to make sure that we have the right specialists to cater to the needs of this country. So if we need orthopedic care, that we have the orthopedic surgeons and the care teams that are needed. If we need preventative care for diabetic and dialysis persons, that we have those types of individuals and professionals here. Every week in the Daily Herald newspaper, there was a special publication for issues. The URSM was the only party with a comprehensive, detailed, solution-oriented approach to every single topic, from education to justice to public health, to public finance, to VROMI, to every single aspect of the top issues in this country for about 7 weeks. And if you need those, you can always go back to our Facebook, our social media. If you reach out to us on WhatsApp, we can send you what the vision of URSM is, not in words, but in writing. And that has been the central theme of what this government has been part of, making sure that those things rooted in that vision, a collective contribution of all the candidates, all the appointed and elected representatives, all the board members, all of the committees of URSM that contributed in crystallizing that vision in those areas. Because the vision is that of the URSM, not of an individual, but of URSM. And that's why in URSM, there is no vision 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There is one vision. In this party, there is one direction, and that is the direction to see the people of St. Martin prosper. And our next candidate, number 5, has been working tirelessly, not only in this campaign, but behind even the scenes, has been contacting her party representatives with flavor, with energy, with enthusiasm. And even at times I would say, oh, MP Roseberg, she calling us again, boy. But you know, when you have a drive and a conviction and a love for this country and the people, and to serve with such determination, and to be such a stable factor in the URSM, especially for the next governing period, as she also will be re-elected with MP Bruch and our new MPs. That stability is needed in government, and MP Roseberg has shown what she can do in the House of Parliament, has shown the initiatives that she will go in detail about. They tried to take credit on local media for some of her initiatives. They jumped up and they probably had somebody write for the individual. Because one thing we know in URSM, we can write, we can talk, we can walk, we can do all those things. But in some other parties, they don't have that opportunity. So they have to get people to do that for them. But we also have legal minds that represent the legislative branch of the URSM in government. And that is also very important. And supported in the legal branch of government, of the legislative branch, is also 2 very important individuals supporting that faction. So URSM is supported all around, not just with a fancy press release or something fancy, or someone writes for the individual, no. Our MP Roseberg is able to stand and defend herself and that of the party, and you saw it in the floor of Parliament time and time again. So St. Martin, it's time not only to re-elect MP Roseberg, but to give her that mandate, supported with the other candidates on the URSM, to be a part of that stability that this country needs. That type of representation, that type of woman leadership, that dynamic leadership that is needed in the legislative branch. So without any further ado, I bring up our candidate number 5, our incumbent member of Parliament, who is going to be sworn in September again as a member of Parliament for the URSM, MP Roseberg, candidate number 5 on the unified, resilient St. Martin movement, 5-star representation.
It's time for change, come on, let's all go. Time to vote for somebody, yo, who gon' fight for you, who gon' stand up and defend and represent you, full of experience with the law.
Blessed evening, St. Martin. To our current and future URSM supporters, to my other party members, family and friends, all viewing online. Keep sharing and liking the video, by the way. Blessed evening once again. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you who placed your trust in the URSM party back in January. As my grandmother used to say, dream, believe, and achieve. For the ones that don't know, I postulated myself for the first time in January. And I got elected. Hard work always pays off. Never forget that. Believe me, your support has been invaluable. And today, I'm humbly asking you to renew that trust. But this time, let's take it a step further. Bring along one more friend, one more voice to stand with us. Because let's be real, we haven't had a full opportunity to accomplish all that we have intended. Are we such a threat? I guess. We've only had a few months, and that's not enough to make the impact that we have planned for St. Martin. Think about this carefully. The previous government had 4 years, and we only had 17 days. Let's be real about it. Again, are we such a threat? Well, let me continue. After being elected to Parliament for the first time, I haven't sat still, as how other members who have been there for years have been doing. We of the URSM faction in Parliament have been busy. You have heard MP Brug. Talk is cheap. All of a sudden, there are all kinds of solutions. If that's so, it's amazing. But why wasn't it solved before? Stop fooling the people. Give us a chance this coming Monday. We are just doing our job. Less talk and more action. Because if you look back, where did it go wrong? Hold them accountable. Enough is enough. Elect people that can truly represent you. And again, I'm here to talk, real talk. Because we can have fancy billboards. It's nice. I have them. You saw them. But what are they saying? Stop campaigning as a minister, because this is a parliamentary election. What laws are you bringing to the floor of Parliament? Of what laws have you brought while being in power, as they say? Let's stop manipulating the minds of the people. Because while others who are already in Parliament put up billboards promising what they will be doing, I've put up billboards showing what I've already done. From law amendments, and again, law amendments that bring real change to the people. After being criticized about the immigration law, I had a plan because I brought that immigration law amendment. And of course, after that, there were others that followed. But that's okay, because it's for the people of St. Martin. I brought the amendment in regards to the small claims court, and also in regards to multiple judges instead of a single judge. And then my little baby, establishing a legal help desk for St. Martin to assist those in need. Because as an attorney, I have seen on a daily basis how much people are in need of an attorney. And I want to give thanks to the Ministry of VSA, Minister Veronica Janssen-Webster, and Senior Policy Worker Herbert Martina, and others in the support staff. Thank you for believing in this dream and in my vision. And rest assured that the opening will be pretty soon, beginning of September. And you heard my colleague MP Brug, who's passionate about education. He submitted a draft law. And in the meantime, to support as well, instead of working on that same law, I made sure to continue the breakfast program by the PSVE Educational School for the 2nd year. It wasn't a political stunt. What else did I do? Together with the strong support staff in the URSM fraction, Mrs. Somersall, and also other worker, Jamie Mourion, we continue working on several proposals. We didn't only identify the issue, as most do, and that's easy. You can point out the issue. But what is the solution? For example, we have seen the rising crime. I came with a proposal to the Ministry of Justice to tackle that rising crime. Also in regards to the afternoon school programs, and also the current situation with GEBE, I came with a compensation policy to make sure that the people are feeling heard. And mental health, the Ministry of VSA have been actively working on it. The mental health legislation is coming, But what is the temporary solution to make sure that our mental health patients on the island are being assisted? As an attorney, together with my other colleagues, we made sure that we are committed to help those in need to the same picket roster as they call it, roster that they call it. So we will be assisting them in providing the legal need that is needed. Say, Martin, I can continue. Remember, this is just the beginning. Only a few months. Imagine 4 years. We are committed to continuing being your voice, fighting for the issues that matter most to you. And of course, they will try to bring us down. But hey, as we said, we have broad shoulders. And remember, because a lot of times you heard complaints about the Prime Minister not communicating. What do you want? Do you want communication and just cheap talk? Or do you want solutions? I guess solutions. And he brought solutions. One thing, the URSM is not about talk, and identifying the problem, because everybody can do that. We are about results. So keep on talking about us. I like it, because we are here to stay. Because for the ones that might have been wondering, I surely know my place. I'm your member of parliament, and I'm there for all of you. URSM is not going anywhere. And say, Martin, let me tell you something. Not voting, I repeat myself, not voting is not an option. Our ancestors fought for this right, for us, even more for us women. So women, let's stand strong. Let's continue in parliament. Let me continue being your voice. And to our men who stand with us, I ask you, have we ever failed you? So focus and let's continue. Giving the URSM a stronger mandate means giving us more seats, more people with integrity in parliament that would indeed put country above self. Giving the URSM the mandate to continue the work that we have started. So re-elect me and MP Brug, make sure that we can continue the work and elect others as well so that we can be stronger together. Again, imagine what we can achieve in the coming 4 years. And again, people were laughing about, oh, you guys are having a public meeting on live stream. Let me tell you one thing. We of the URSM are not followers. We are trendsetters. The URSM faction submits law amendments. And then the rest follows. I said it already, trendsetters. It seems like a competition. So keep us in. Then at least you will see some work done. In the past few months, I will repeat, in the past few months, we as the URSM faction have submitted together 7 law amendments in the past few months. Who in parliament can say the same? None. And again, I'm not talking about national decrees, I'm talking about law amendments. There's the difference. And this is expected for us as co-legislators, so we're just doing our job. Again, don't be fooled, St. Martin. All 50 members of parliament can work for you. It doesn't matter if you're in the coalition of opposition. So again, don't believe the hype. Stick to the facts. Who in parliament did truly work for you? I said work, not talk. Remember, being elected to parliament, the highest body of our country, needs people that can handle the job, that show up, not only during the public meetings, because everybody is then there, but actually doing the job behind closed doors. I've said it before, and I will say it again. Scan your candidates. Who would you hire if you were an employer? Because you, the people, are our bosses. Who can truly represent you? Who can do the job on your behalf? Who is clean with nothing hanging over them, no pending matters and no cases? Who? Who can sit in parliament? Who can become a minister? Let's not be fooled. And oh, believe me, I've been asking myself, Why don't we have this famous screening law for ministers after 14 years? Why? Who is it benefiting not to have it? And therefore, the URSM will be working on that screening law for candidate ministers. And then I'm asking you, please tune in to the meeting of Parliament, the public meeting, and see who votes pro this law. Wake up, St. Martin. Don't get caught up in the hype and popularity contest, the big events, free food, drinks, the promises. No, you are not for sale. In this campaign, even more than during the house to house, I have heard the issues. And what have caught my attention is the low outcome of voters, for example, in Belvedere. Belvedere, I'm hearing you and I'm seeing you. Dutch Quarter, the same. I see you. And I've heard it. I might not come from Dutch Quarter or Belvedere. I wasn't raised in those neighborhoods. I actually wasn't born on St. Martin. But one thing, my roots lay here. And I'm here to work for the people of St. Martin as I'm your representative. I came to work for all, not a select few. So rest assured, I will be everywhere. So you will continue to see me. Think on your future, the future of your kids. You deserve the best. Choose quality over quantity. Please focus. Vote for someone who can represent you, that can be your voice without conditions and consequences. Someone that dares to stand up, even if standing alone. Holding government accountable. Stuart mentioned it already. I will continue doing that, even if you are in coalition, because that's your job. We can't afford any more followers in Parliament. We need people that are stable enough, stable to represent you, no flip-floppers. And most importantly, someone that knows the law. And that someone is your favorite number 5. I've been an attorney for the past 10 years. Believe me, if there's one thing I know, it's the law. And focus. There are a lot of number 5s. It's a popular number. But remember, there's only one, I repeat, one, that will provide you with the 5-star representation you deserve. So to my fellow and future colleagues, let's continue putting country above self. It is an election race. I understand there will be winners and also some that lost. But whatever the outcome is, accept it. And as my uncle always used to say, suck it up, deal with it, and move on. As the people of St. Martin have decided. I'm ready to continue this job, St. Martin. I see you speaking up, and I'm proud of you. We are here, URSM is here for all. So coming Monday, you have the power. It's in your hands. I know it's a big responsibility. It's for your future, the future of your kids, your grandkids. To all the justice workers, I also see you and respect you all as I see you doing your job on a daily basis under these circumstances. It is not easy. But believe me, change is coming. You will not be disappointed. For the youth, I also see you. The future, your future is bright with the URSM. Seniors, you have not been forgotten. We are here for you as well. And the support gives me the energy. It gives us the energy to continue. Because believe me, it's not easy. But giving up is not the option. We are moving forward, we are waking up, and we are no longer accepting the bare minimum. You're not alone. Again, I'm finalizing. We are almost there. Choose your 50 representatives that will truly represent you. Choose change. Continue being strong and brave, and I know it's not easy. Continue believing in the URSM. We are here, not for self, but for country. Coming Monday, put your trust in us, even more than you did in January. Tired of the temporary solutions? Me as well. So continue and go out and vote, and let's continue raising the bar. You are on the right path. So therefore, remember the name and the place on the ballot. List number 9, the last list, look for the face of our Prime Minister, and keep, as he said, keep the best for last, list number 9. And look for your number 5 candidate on the URSM slate, Roseburg Shamira. I can talk forever. I heard my cue already that I need to end, but I'm a lawyer and now also a politician. So as you know, if you want to know more, let's connect and go to my website, www.shamiraroseburg.com. I thank you, St. Martin.
Somebody who gon' fight for you, who gon' stand up and defend and represent you. Full of experience with the law, she ready to go. Full of experience.
I told you our candidate number 5 was more than prepared, not only for tonight, but has been representing us in the floor of Parliament with an energy that is like a fresh breath of air that needs to shake up the establishment and make sure that there's solid representation, supported with her colleague, MP Brugge, as well. So as the two of them and more will come into Parliament, we are more than confident. We give Roseburg, MP Roseburg, a round of applause, please, for what a wonderful, wonderful message and a message of action-oriented things that she has been able to accomplish. The URSM was strong in so many areas, and one of those strengths has been its dedication to unions and unionism. And why do I say that and how do I say that? It's because prior to being in the cabinet of our Prime Minister, I was a union leader on St. Martin. Having been a union leader of the Teachers Union, I saw not only firsthand the issues that were affecting our teachers, by extension our justice workers as well. And there's a difference who you put in government and who is in government. And one of the first actions of this government was to make sure that what was due to the persons that are to receive it, they received it, and that was the civil servants. And then when there was a moment of doubt, your Prime Minister made it very clear that the covenant in which was signed previously would be upheld, and that everything that civil servants and by extension the workers of St. Martin, even private and subsidized school boards, those workers would get, they would get. And that was crystallized in writing time and time again. And that most important letter went out, again reaffirming to subsidized schools that they would receive it. But above all of that is the most important part in this entire equation, that before they hijacked the government of St. Martin and tried to break this government, on the 22nd of May, a meeting was planned prior to us being in the missionaire in caretaker status, this government. And that meeting was to hear directly from the unions of St. Martin, all of the unions of St. Martin, whether you were civil servant, private sector, every single union on St. Martin, your elected officials and your council of ministers, your prime minister and your minister of public health and others wanted to hear directly from the unions what were some of the initial initiatives needed to be resolved and whether they were in caretaker status or not. They proved unprecedentedly that that representation and that support and that commitment was lived up to. And that is why I'm saying to you tonight, St. Martin, as we're broadcasting live on 721 News, Ghetto News, Late Night with Andrew Dick, and TVCARIB, that you hear the difference in terms of what representation looks like. Representation is not having unions sit down for months upon months, years after years, going in circles and negotiating and trying to negotiate and pull teeth out of something, but having persons that hears your cry, wipes that tear off of your face and says, you will not cry again. That is the kind of representation that URSM has proven in such a short period of time. So to all the civil servants, all the private sector workers, all of the teachers in the subsidized schools and elsewhere, you have seen the capabilities of URSM in such a short period of time. Just imagine for a moment, even if you have to close your eyes and imagine for a moment what 4 years of stable leadership would look like with solution-oriented approaches, practical solutions to the problems that have been facing this country over and over again. What a wonderful country we would have. What a stable electricity grid we would have. What reliable and dependable internet we would have. What good public service we would have. What motivated and dedicated civil servants we would have. what student-centered, driven teachers we would have. And we would have our very own scattered throughout this country, proudly returning from the Netherlands or from the US, wherever they've studied, proud to represent in the justice and education fields, proud to represent in our public sector. What a wonderful country it will be when URSM returns with a stronger mandate on August the 19th, 2024. And I see our candidate number 4 has the St. Martin flag in his hand. And I know he has made some interesting headlines lately. And I know our candidate number 4, Herbert Prince Martina, is no stranger to St. Martin, no street in St. Martin, no area in St. Martin, no issue, no challenge backing down from either. So no matter what formidable force they might try to conjure up against him, no matter what kind of political movements they will try to do, and they've tried in all sorts of interviews, the proclaimed leader of one party, because when you hijack a party and its founder hasn't endorsed you, that means you're a proclaimed leader. You didn't get the actual endorsement from the persons that founded the party, because at one instance you were getting a semi-endorsement in January, and then all of a sudden a few months later, that endorsement disappears and everybody has their own party on their own again. So very strange how those things turned out in such a short period of time. But it goes to show you that even those that were closest to you lost their confidence in you as well, because they probably saw even closer than what we have seen so far, that it's about self in that country. But our number 4 candidate is no stranger to St. Martin, has been working in the cabinet of our Minister of Public Health, has been working on a number of initiatives in which he'll delve into in terms of social support for this country. He has seen firsthand in terms of what social support and the type of social support is needed in this country, supporting the initiatives of the USM, supporting the initiatives of our Minister of Public Health, Ms. Veronica Janssen-Webster, and working in tangent with a strong cabinet. Because when the minister took a spread of the Daily Herald and outlined the accomplishments, that's a strong, dedicated team that is there. And I am sure that our minister, when she comes up, will show how proud she is of her cabinet and her work as well. And part of that cabinet is our number 4 candidate. And like I said, made interesting headlines, because when a leader wants to go on the radio and ask whether it was an open or a close or whatever, it is so ridiculous and pathetic how desperate people are to try and misuse one of their very own to try and get political traction. Then you know how desperate they are to get in government. But we'll leave that for wherever it needs to be left. And I know that there are some Facebook warriors trying to prompt something from the URSM or prompt a response. But I will say this tonight. As they are also God-fearing individuals, so are we. And we put our burden to the foot of the cross, and we leave it to God Almighty to guide the next shot in which the direction the USM will take. So our number 4 candidate, I'm very proud of as well. Have me bring up Herbert Prince Martina, candidate number 4.
You are SM, you are SM, oh, you are SM. Caring for country, community, and people. Number 4. St. Martin deserves more, yeah.
A pleasant good evening to St. Martin on a whole. A pleasant good evening to my colleagues, my friends, my family, especially the viewers. It is a pity that right now I have to be defending myself, and when there's an election going on, and I should be actually telling people and selling myself so that people can know that I am competent. Now, you've listened to various speakers before me, candidates, friends, and how eloquent and professional they sounded. For those of you who know me, I can be that professional as well.
I can speak eloquently. As a matter of fact, my work speaks for itself. However, let me tell you this. I am not one to be bullied. I am not one to be, how do you say, intimidated. And just know, with the same vigor and the same energy that it took to basically defend my space and my person, I would use that same energy, vigor, tenacity in order to defend the people of St. Martin. Instead of talking about the snap elections, people want me to talk about a slap election. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, we're laughing about it, but I'll tell you this. Hindsight, they say, you know, is 2020. Had I known it would have gotten this traction, I'm telling you, it would have gone different, and I probably would have just walked away. However, when they thought it would have gotten a political twist, it worked against their favor. I'll tell you why. Because of my character, because of what I stand for, and my work. And this, what happened, the same very person that went running to his self-proclaimed leader, and they went and had a great press conference at my expense. Man, the show was hilarious, and they got viewers at my expense. However, they're talking about the tape is going to be released, and they're talking about all of those things. But did that leader condemn the very action of this individual when he was berating women, when he was calling women out of their names? That very leader showed no leadership character. I'll tell you one thing, I am proud and honored to be in a movement, and I won't call it a party, a movement under the leadership of Dr. Luc Mercelina. Prime Minister, I want to say this. They have a hashtag, and I'll tell you one thing. It's a great hashtag, LMG. But what the enemy want for bad, we turn it around in good. Instead of Luke must go, he ain't going nowhere. Luke must govern. Luke must govern. Luke must govern. Now, I want to forget about that right now and tell you some of the plans. Employment, housing, community development, social development, senior citizen care, disability care, and the orange economy. Now, the last election, not the last election, I forget that it was a very, in 3 months, 4, 5 months. But in January, before January, there was an election. And guess what? They talked about 1,000 homes. Did you see one remnant of a house that they brought? Did you even see a drawing? Long time ago, they would put up a nice picture, right, and blast it over social media and newspaper. Did you even see a rendering of a house or a key handed over to a citizen of St. Martin? But guess what? Maybe it came to their senses now and they say, you know something? We promised them 1,000 homes the last time. We're going to bring it down to 500 homes now. All right? I'll tell you, if you put those people back in, it's going to reduce to a next 500 homes because not even the money that was allotted for homes, they left and they wanted to keep here and do anything. So we're talking about serious issues here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about all of these projects and all of the nice things that we can give and accomplish for the people of St. Martin. But I would say this, all of this is nice and dandy. However, it will not be accomplished if you don't put the URSM back in with a stronger mandate, with more parliamentarians, with more ministries, and more people of the URSM that can serve you, the people. Let's face it, 17 days is no time to give somebody a report card. And when you give somebody a bad mark, you should at least know why. Because that's what they did. They want to send home a vote of no confidence to the Prime Minister, a vote of no confidence to the VSR Minister. And as a matter of fact, those are the ones that work in the hardest. All of these projects, again, wouldn't be realized. Guess why? Because you won't say, yeah, Prince, Martina, don't look for Prince on the ballot, it's Martina, number 4. How are we going to pay for these things? Well, I'll tell you this. Paying for stuff is one thing. But how we can save this country money? The minister would delve into that, and that's her baby, so I'll let her do so. But I'll just let you know this. We recently came from Cali, Colombia. Okay? And trust me, the amount of money that can be saved in referrals, the amount of money that can be saved and tightened because of just strict management, it will be overwhelming. And the people of St. Martin would be able to flourish and have a better healthcare system. And again, the minister is going to delve into that. Let me ask you this. Do you want 4 years of what we had? Because I can tell you, I'm working in the Ministry of VSA, and the whole atmosphere is different in the government building. People have talked to me, and they told me, I'll just let you know this. Maybe the minister is a little too professional to tell you, but do you know why those people were so eager to get back in? I'm going to bust the pot right now. Because as a matter of fact, I don't look like a rebel, so let me just bust the pot for St. Martin. Those people want to get back in to finish off their cannabis deal. Their cannabis deal, yes, I will say so. Can you imagine that the Windward Island Medical Association is against this? And maybe not against it because, it's bad. They haven't consulted the relevant stakeholders. As a matter of fact, it isn't even decriminalized. When this go wrong, who are going to be helping those that decide, or not decide, but those who get addicted? It's Turning Point. They up and down saying, yeah, but we gave Turning Point money. Turning Point said, you know what? We take that check that they gave us and we just mail it back to the then Minister of VSA, or you do whatever you want with it. So let me ask you something. So if the relevant stakeholders are not for this because lack of information, that's a red flag already. Second red flag, they want to give this to one distributor. Let me ask you this. No, you're really getting me in trouble. Right? One distributor. We have seen already what a monopoly can do to our island and stuff, right? I'm asking you, is this transparency, or is it just want to finish what you decide to do? Those things without getting deals, without tendering, or those things are things of the past. URSM decided to have a different path and to walk a different path. And come Monday, August 19th, I want you to go overwhelmingly. Call your brother, your sister, your grandmother, your neighbor who didn't decide to vote, those who got just written in 6 months ago and now they can vote. I need you to get and rally up the crowds. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to get excited about this because we are going to get a mandate, a greater mandate. We are going to be not only, we don't only want 2 seats, all right? I mean, I like your direction, right? But maybe we have to stay realistic too. I'm just going to say this. Give us a greater mandate than you gave us the last time, and you won't regret it. Because you have the elected officials, which is MP Shamira Roseberg. You have Richinel Brugge, MP Richinel Brugge. You have Dr. Luc Mercelina. You have Minister of VSA appointed. And they are doing such a great job. Within 17 days, and of course, you guys, 5 months and 3 months. Imagine what the URSM would do on a stable 4 years. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Herbert Martina. Come Monday, August the 19th, vote for caring for country, community, and people. Vote for Herbert Martina or anybody on the URSM list. And I just want to say this before I leave. Minister, I'm going to say this. Thank you for the opportunity for serving the people of St. Martin in your cabinet. But I'm going to tell you this. You might have to reshuffle your cabinet because I'll tell you this. We're going to Parliament. All right? We're going to Parliament. So I tender my resignation as of August the 20th. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your candidate number 4, Herbert Martina. Vote for change. Thank you so much.
But together, we can do so much. This is your candidate, Herbert Prince Martina.
Herbert Martina, your candidate number 4. And you know why they're intimidated with the URSM? It's because even as this live streaming of this virtual public meeting takes place, the URSM has hit another record. The URSM's Facebook page has now reached over 1,000+ fans. We have reached for the very first time 1,000+ fans. And that for some might feel as if it's a small accomplishment. But what that says to me, and it says to, of course, this room of live audience supporters and core supporters of the URSM, that's a signal of support, that persons now are showing more and more their confidence and their trust in the URSM as we wind closer to election day. In addition to that, and the reason why the URSM has been a focus is because fact remains is that when you have a strong set of candidates and you have a prime minister that had over 700+ votes, and you have a minister of public health that has done such a wonderful job representing the ministry, that they are intimidated and they'll try to come at everything and everyone that is around or in the URSM. But our Minister of Public Health has been tested, has been tried, and has proven that she can stand very strong. Not intimidated, not buckling from any type of intimidation, focused on one agenda, representing her people. And no matter what they say, that has not shaved her determination in any form or fashion. Even when they would say something on the floor of Parliament and I would go across to the cabinet, the minister is deep into work, making sure that the next initiative and the next initiative and the next initiative of the URSM and of her vision is accomplished. So they could send 500 questions, they could send 500 press releases, and they can use AI, artificial intelligence, to help draft it. But they cannot stand on the shoes of our Minister of Public Health. And we are very proud of our number 3 candidate, our Honorable Minister of Public Health, Veronica Janssen-Webster, your candidate number 3, the Honorable Minister Veronica Janssen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, St. Martin. I am extremely pleased to stand here before you with the party, URSM, the party that was a surprise. This party was a surprise in January. Nobody didn't expect what we were coming out here to do as a new party, but we did it. This party came a long way. Remember when we said we're going down a different road? What did we do when we went in government? We went down a different road. That road was a bumpy road. That road started out with a budget that we had to cut by 32 million guilders. Now tell me, if you got a budget that has to cut by 32 million guilders, you know what it was doing? This is a government that was there before. What they said was a stable government for 4 years. And so you made how many budgets? 4 budgets? And you made a budget now, 32 million guilders. Over budgeted. We met so many unfinished work and haphazardly done, I must say. Because when you just look at some of the projects that we found, and people complained about our prime minister. He said he's doom and gloom. I think the man was shocked when he saw what he saw in there. When he saw a social housing project worth 20 million, that the money is there, and you let it expire in April. We came in too late. We didn't reach on time to save it. It hurts me up to now that we did not save that 20 million for housing. We came in and we found a mental health project with funds there waiting to start with a deadline of June. And we did everything in our power to make sure that we secured that funds. The Prime Minister went to Washington. I went down to the mental health with my team, and we looked at what can we do. And we saved that project, and we will, as St. Martin, have a successful mental health project soon in the near future. We see politicians going down into neighborhoods. They go down and they speak a lot. They go down to Dutch Quarter, and they say, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. You don't hear, what did URSM do? The Prime Minister and I, we went down to a meeting, a very fast meeting, very decisive meeting to keep the European funds that was allotted to St. Martin that we were going to lose. We had to go down there and lobby and keep that money, and that money is for the Dutch Quarter wastewater project down there. We did that. We found a social economic council, one of the most important bodies on the island. We found a social economic council that for 2 years was not functioning, that for a year already did not have a board. And then me and my team, we had to fly out to Switzerland to save it because we were called on an international tribunal. And we had to go there to save and to make sure that this could happen. Oh, we were criticized, of course. She traveling. They're missionary, but they're going up and down. But this was on the table, and this was important internationally for St. Martin. When you hear people from Australia and from the United Kingdom and from Germany berating your island, and you have to stand there and defend your island, we did that as URSM. I did that. I stood there and successfully defended St. Martin. When you look at a minimum wage, the best April Fool's Day joke. Minimum wage was increased, but it was done by a ministerial decree. You did not do the ordinance. You did not go the right way. It's a difference in parties. It's a difference in ministers. It's a difference in ways how you want to do things. You want to do it the right way so that it hold water, or you want to just ram it down and, oh, I did it. No. Do it the right way so that we don't have to come now and fix it. I'm not undoing nothing. I'm going to fix it. And we're going to even increase it because we now have the new inflation rates. So now we're going to do it the right way. And so you're going to establish it and increase it the right way. The next one, famous GB. Oh, where my gloves? I take so much shots for this one. So much shots. She was the COO. What she do? She was on the board. What she do? Guess what? I was on the board. We bought Engine 20. I was COO. We installed Engine 20. And in 2020, August 6th to be exact, I stood, or I sat, or I was there, I was in a shareholders meeting with this same government, former government, 2020 to 2024 they sat. I was there August 6th, and the records show where I pleaded. I think the only thing I didn't do was cry, because I knew what was coming, and it's here now, and all of us suffering. Because people did not listen, people did not do what they had to do. They did not govern. But better days are coming, I have to say, to our hard-working GB employees. When you see a GB employee, I know how hard they work. They work straight through hurricanes. They work straight through everything. And you have to imagine, remember, there was a meme out with GB workers on, off, on, off. To keep that going, to make sure that you keep switching all of those cables is a lot of work. It's hectic to maintain those engines. Those engines are running all the time. Kudos to our GB employees. And we will hold whoever's accountable. We know who they are. We will hold them accountable for what's happening to you now. The latest, biggest thing against the Minister of VSR right now. Oh, she's against healthcare. She wants to close down the clinic in Simpson Bay. That's the clinic of Dr. Dennery. The good gentleman even went to the radio station yesterday himself. No clinic has been closed down. The HAP, they call it the HAP, has not been closed down. It is under review. And I am going to state here that should, at the end of August, that review state that there were inconsistencies in a contract or there was abuse of our SZV money, our SZV funds, they will suffer the consequences. Because we are going down a different road. We are not going to stand for all kinds of for irregularities. We are not going to stand for irregularities. We are not going to stand for misuse of funds. We are not going to pay in excess of $1 million too much per year for a facility that we can house people more comfortably for less. And more comfortably, it's not cutting care or cutting costs. It's cutting costs, but not cutting care. So people need to understand this new way, this new road that we are going down. And then Herbert Martina revealed the secret, what everybody is fighting for. Cannabis. If you don't know what's cannabis, that's marijuana. That was signed 1 week before we came into office. It wasn't in the transfer document. I didn't find it in there. But when you go through the work, then you pop up on these things. It's there. You signed it. What did you sign in April? We came in May 3rd. What did you sign at the end of April? You signed for one grower. That's a monopoly. One person can grow in St. Martin. You signed with that one grower, only a handful of people can sell. You did not communicate this? How come we know about this? You do minimum wage? How come we know about this? Why not? Why don't talk about this? Talk about the consequences, the medical consequences, the social consequences, judicial, the economic consequences. Every meeting that I have been to, I heard that I have been only my 100 days, only meetings, meetings, meetings. Yes, because you have to get a foundation, you have to understand. At least I went to meet the people. And one thing I asked all of them, how do you feel about the introduction of cannabis in our society? Because I need to know, I need to find out. I am research-based. That's how we make policy. And I am yet to find one who says, good, this is great for St. Martin. From our business community, our hospital, our medical professionals, Turning Point, mental health, the lab, I am yet to find one who is in favor. Can we stop this trend ever? Probably not. But let us do it in a responsible manner where we have time to do awareness for our young people so that I do not have to get mental health patients that I have to put in the mental health facility where I read a report that says, one report that I have had that says excessive use of marijuana. Let us do it responsible, but come out and say what you did. If you want well thought out research-based policy development, then URSM is your party. We are solution-based, we are hard workers, and as a leader, I work from the ground. You can find me with my team on the ground, moving this country forward. My slogan is don't trust words, trust actions. And based on that slogan, my last trip to Cali, Colombia was taken, where I went to see for myself what is going on. When you hear the excessive amounts that we owe in SZV for payments, and when you see the large amount for medical referrals, I want to know what's going on. I want to know where the money is going. And when you go there and you see the savings that we can have, as Mr. Summersall mentioned, if you have the quality control, if someone is monitoring how long people stay, are they going to their meetings? Are they coming back fast enough? Where are they staying? Then, if we monitor that, we will be able to cut costs and keep the quality of the care. The quality of the care, what we found down there, we found excellent quality of care. But it's what else is around it. That's what we need to look at. When I speak about mental health, I didn't just read up on it and say, okay, leave it there, don't worry. No, it touched me because I went to the facility and I saw the quality of the facility, and that's how we made a choice. When we came from Cali, we went straight to the Dominican Republic as well. We went there to see what possibilities we could get to assist our own young people in the medical profession. And so we saw how our young people could be part of medical engineering. We have so many amputees here, and there are schools there where they teach you how to make the prosthetics. And together with our local schools who are going to be introducing, two of our local schools are going to be introducing intensive Spanish classes so that our students can qualify to go and study in the Dominican Republic. So broadening our horizon and bringing the kind of care that we need here. We were able to visit state-of-the-art nursing schools there, and also universities for medical universities for doctors. I also continue to work with senior care. When you see our home in St. John with a waiting list, when we see that our elderly need somewhere to go, they need daycare, I've submitted the documentation already so that we can see how we can fund. They can build, but when they build, we need to fund the care. How can we fund? And I'm not doing all of this alone. I have a strong team, a team that comprises of URSM people, a team that comprises of URSM candidates and supporters and others. Christopher Waver, who you're going to hear from soon, my chief of staff. When I went on to Switzerland to deal with ILO and the SER, Christopher stayed here and he worked out the mental health. So when I came back, it was ready. That's what you call teamwork. Herbert Martina, who worked together with MP Roseberg and our ministry to make it possible for us to give the legal support to the people of St. Martin. Stevie Constantine, who is our ace advice writer. Any advice needs drafting, you give it to Stevie. Within a day, it's done. Gabriel Flanders Hyman, that's our social affairs guy. Any questions you have, I've had meet the minister on Wednesdays from 9 to 12, and Gabby is always there to help the people, very compassionate. Those are the kind of people we need around us. Estika Kanagita, my ride or die. Esti has been around personally and professionally for the past 10 years, and she is a people's person. She can always find a solution and always help. My trusted Annabelle Gums, Bal, right in the back here. You know, he's my driver, the destroyer. he's my driver, but he's also the person right there next to me. Your person of confidence, they call that. And our secretary, the spill of from the organization, that, the person who's the main person for setting the appointments and giving life to the office, Jonelle Jones. So, ladies and gentlemen, I did not do this alone. I'm vying now to be elected. I was appointed the last time. I want to be elected this time, but I cannot do that without your help. And so, I come to you this evening asking you humbly to put your trust in URSM and to vote for me, Veronica Jansen Webster, number 3 on the URSM slate. I want you to open that ballot, and I want you to skip down to the last list, and jump 3 dots down. And you circle right in there. Oh, yes. Okay? Because Veronica cares. So vote for continuity, vote for number 3, vote for Veronica Jansen Webster. Thank you.
There you've heard it, your Honorable Minister of Public Health, Veronica Jansen Webster, candidate number 3. And you've seen and heard what she has been able to accomplish in such a short period of time. And someone who made sure that the cabinet also represented the core of URSM. Immediately in the initial discussions, said to our leader and our Prime Minister, I will take so-and-so, I will take so-and-so, I will take so-and-so for the party. And that shows someone who is not only representing the country, but someone who's a team player as well. And that shows a very strong character and a strong characteristics. Our candidate number 2, I've also known for some time and had the pleasure of serving with him in the Council of Ministers as well at some point in time. And when they have been ministers of Romy, they have been ministers of Romy. But no minister of Romy like this individual that I have seen so far. And he has shown that dedication not only in his career within the education world, and now having returned to the executive branch supporting the minister in her cabinet as her chief of staff. But Chris Waver has been a dedicated person in our community, giving and giving and giving and supporting time and time again. It doesn't take an election to see Chris. Doesn't take an election to go and come to see his initiatives in schools, in community events, in Rotary, and so many other areas. And so it's reason why not only is he our number 2 candidate, but he is our deputy leader of this party. Because a deputy leader also represents the core of the party. It represents being able to reach out to fellow candidates, potential candidates, the wider community, and get the job done. And that is why his slogan is and still remains Waver Works. Because indeed, day in and day out, Waver works. And there have been numerous initiatives. And in his address, he will speak on all of his plans and projects that you will get to hear of just before our Prime Minister comes on, and where Mr. Waver, our number 2 candidate, supported those initiatives. So without any further ado, our candidate number 2 and your deputy leader of the URSM, Chris Waver, candidate number 2 on the URSM.
It's time, my friends, now here we go again. Here we go again. We don't want the same. We need a change in parliament. Somebody with some real integrity. Do the job like it's supposed to be. Work with pride and work with dignity.
Good evening, good night to all those present here with us live, through Facebook Live, through YouTube Live. Welcome. And as the song says, we are here again for another election. First of all, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Christopher Waver. I've studied psychology. When I came back to St. Martin, I started working as a social worker at the Sister Marie Lawrence Primary School in Middle Region. So going back, I went to school there myself. So now life is all about full circle. And when I returned back home, I was able now to contribute back to my community that made me the person I am today as well. Never forgetting where you come from. So USM stands for work. USM stands for a party. Well, as my colleague candidate said, we're not a party, we're a movement. We're a movement to guide the direction of our country. And our track record has spoken for itself. My track record has spoken for myself, not for public attention, but for the community and for the needs of our community. So when you understand what the community goes through, then you know what the community needs, you know how to approach it, and as everyone here says and everybody knows, we are solution-based. When we find an issue, we're going to find a solution. Because when there is an issue, there's always a solution. So that's what we stand for. After my tenure as a social worker, I then went as a civil servant in the Ministry of Education. After that, in 2016, after Hurricane Irma, when the then government fell, I then was appointed as Chief of Staff for the then Minister of Romi. After he was asked to tender his resignation, or when he tendered his resignation, I was then asked to become the Minister of Romi. And then when that government fell under the UD, under the UD Christian Party, when that government fell, I was then asked to remain in office as the Minister of Romi, but also I was asked to then become the Deputy Prime Minister of our great country. And it's not because I was political, but because the person saw the work that I put in as the Minister of Romi in such a short time, and they saw the dedication I had. When I left office, prior to, and we had that election, I was asked to run on a list, on a political list, But I said no, because I know the needs of the country at that moment. I wanted to focus on what had to be done and not just go and campaign and take away from the needs of the people of St. Martin. I believe everything happens for a reason and when it's supposed to happen. So during that time, what I did, although I didn't put myself on a list politically, I ensured to start initiatives on my own to contribute to the continuation of enhancing our community. One of those initiatives was to, I think we had about 40 gallons or 200 gallons of hand sanitizers that we then donated to the Catholic School Board at the time, because 2020 was a COVID year. We also donated more than 400 cases of water throughout the community of St. Martin. We then started our back-to-school program. Once COVID kind of went away and we were able to go back in the classrooms, I started my back-to-school program with backpacks. The initial beginning was 15 backpacks, and at the end of that year, we gave out more than 100 backpacks to students in need. 4 years further, I just finished my 4th annual back-to-school drive with backpacks. So, and mind you, none of those backpacks had to have my slogan or name on it, because it's not about that. It's about giving the children in need the opportunity to feel like they're equal within the society of St. Martin. And when you do things from a good place, you don't need the recognition publicly. You just need to do it from a good place, and what goes around will come back around. I am honored to serve as the Chief of Staff for Honorable Minister of VSA, former Minister of Romy, former Deputy Prime Minister. So I'm honored to serve under the leadership of Minister Veronica Janssen-Webster, who, together with the rest of the team, which she mentioned this evening, are really pushing. And one thing I must say, as deputy leader of this party, when you come for the Prime Minister, or you come for the Minister, or any of our MPs, you come for me. So I'll come for you too, so don't worry. And I don't need Prince next to me to come for anybody. So let me just say, in 17 days, what has happened in 17 days is a shame, and it's a slap in the face of our community of St. Martin. No pun intended. But what happened is the questions that were coming from the so-called leaders of different political parties asking, what is the Minister of VSA doing? We're not hearing from her. We're not hearing about solutions. Well, mister, what we were doing is working and cleaning up the mess that you left for us in office. That's what we were doing in 17 days. What we were doing is to ensure that mental health had a new facility and is able to now get a new facility and make sure we don't lose money like we lost the money for housing. That's what we were doing in 17 days. What we were doing in 17 days was making sure that we have a sustainable funding for mental health. Where right now, that for the first time in Country St. Martin, on a budget, we have a budget item specifically for mental health for St. Martin. That's what we were doing for 17 days. Now, what I was going to say, we have nice billboards out there saying, oh, we're going to build 500 homes, 300 homes, a nice video. But yet you lost $20 million to build those facilities that we so need. Now, persons on Facebook would probably say, yes, Mr. Waver, you're always saying about the issues that's going on. Yes, we have to remind the people what's happening in this country, because that's the stuff that we have to clean up. As Minister of Romy, it wouldn't have cost any money for the persons in Foga Estate and those living across from Milton Peters in St. Peters to be homeowners of their homes. I spoke to the Housing Foundation. I got approval from the Housing Foundation. I spoke to the SG, and what we were planning to do is for a symbolic fee of 10 guilders, give the people the deed for their land that they've paid over 20 years of hard work, and give them the land. Housing Foundation was for this project. And what we're doing, we're just sitting there. In my transition, when I left office, I sat with the then minister. I told him exactly the plans, because for me, it's not about me. It's not, I don't need my name on it. But what I would like is for our people to own a piece of St. Martin. But yet now we're bragging about, oh, we're going to build so many homes. Well, give the people the homes. Give us 4 years, and I guarantee you those people will get their homes. And it's not only going to benefit those people, it's going to benefit the generations and then following generations to come. Because what you're going to do, they have home ownership. Now their child, if they need a collateral for any other loan, they can go to the bank, because why? They own a piece of St. Martin. So when we talk about the issues, yes, but we have solutions to tackle all those issues, and we don't need $20 million to give somebody a deed to their home. But if we do have the $20 million, we will make it work. So imagine what we can do with no money. Imagine what we can do when we have money. And that's something that we say, oh, our prime minister is a dictator. That's out there right now, you know? But sometimes we need persons with strong belief and a strong conviction within their decision-making to move this country forward from where we found it. Where we found it not only 17 days ago, but just a few months ago. That's how we found it. And where are we going from there? You know, and we need strong leadership. Some call it dictatorship. I call it a person with a vision and somebody that's strong-willed to not fall for the corruption that's surrounding us right now. We need somebody that stands for the people, and that's a leadership that we have right now with our leader, Dr. Luc Mercelina. So I agree with Honorable Herbert Prince Martina when we have to say, Luc must govern, because Luc must govern, URSM must govern within all entities, from the executive branch to the legislative branch. Because at the end of the day, this is a parliament election. So don't be fooled by the billboards on Front Street, by the ring road projects. We're not electing those kind of projects. We're electing persons that will stand up there. And instead of focusing on governing and making sure the people are taken care of in parliament, we're busy entertaining persons in Panama to make sure that they break government. Well, sorry, Brazil. Sorry. Brazil, you know? Yes, we know, because why? You came after our own MPs, and our own MPs said no, because we stand strong for stability and integrity. And that's why our MPs and USM is not shaken, that after the government fell and changed, and you had a whole press briefing out there, the following day, we received messages from the then now so-called coalition that was newly formed, asking us to join and form a new coalition with them, without one of their own MPs. But yet, we are there proclaiming that we are one. But what we are, you guys are minusing one to form a coalition. So if you want to come for my prime minister or my ministers, I too can come for you. The only difference with me and you, I speak the truth, and I stand firm with any decision I made. Some go on the radio stations, and I receive messages from radio broadcasters saying, is it true, Mr. Weaver, that you fired the COO of GEBE at that time? No, it's not true. I, as one minister, cannot fire anyone. It takes a full, calm decision to make sure somebody gets fired. The same way how we have highly educated persons on Facebook saying that don't be fooled, only one person can call for elections. This is not true. It takes a calm decision to approve elections for this country. Okay? So don't be fooled. So at the end of the day, people of St. Martin, URSM stands for a movement. URSM stands for integrity. URSM stands for a party that's not shaken. a movement that will continue to bring the people of St. Martin forward. A party that's not going to sign a cannabis deal for one person, one established family on this island that's going to benefit from these decisions. Because those decisions has caused us and led us into the situations we keep facing ourselves today and forcing us not to go forward. So people of St. Martin, don't be fooled. Don't go and vote for the gas money. Don't go and vote to get a plate of food, a piece of chicken. You know, they laughed at us last election when they said, oh, they're doing a motorcade. Who's doing motorcades now? They laughed at us when we said, oh, you guys only have containers full of your posters. Who's doing those things now? And using our same locations we had last time too. You know? Who was walking the neighborhoods last election? And who's doing it now? Well, I'm waiting for next election to see who all will have a virtual meeting to ensure that they don't only touch the 300 people that they pay to come to the events, but the thousands and thousands of people that are watching on the lives right now, not only in St. Martin, but internationally. So come Monday, put your trust in USM. Come Monday, put your trust in what works. On Monday, I ask you humbly, put me in Parliament and you can see waiver works. Thank you.
Now you see why he's our deputy leader, right? Give our candidate number 2, Chris Waver, a round of applause. Very, very good, Chris. Thank you for serving. And you will definitely serve even more come August the 19th in the legislative branch of this government that will be sworn in with the URSM at the helm. At this time now, as I get ready to call up the leader, I'm going to ask the candidates, the 14 other candidates, to join me here as we are bringing up the leader of the URSM. The leader of the URSM that has been our prime minister in this government for such a short period of time, that has shown his dedication to the people of St. Martin every single day he has served. Whether it was addressing the energy crisis that the country faced, the telecommunication crisis, the need for a vision in healthcare supported by the Minister of Health, to not just build a hospital, a shell, but to make sure it has a tangible vision with the right persons in that building. Because having walked the corridors of the St. Martin Medical Center, no one knows the hospital and healthcare better than the doctor himself. When it came to representing St. Martin abroad, whether it was in Washington or in the Netherlands, that statesman that represented St. Martin did so with pride and honor, knowing that his people supported him. The reason why they would come at our Prime Minister and at your leader of the URSM is because they know that intimidation will not work. They know that he is solution-oriented. They know that he does not buckle under pressure. So write your press releases, write your questions, call him to Parliament every single day if you want, but it will not deter or shaken his motivation and his work to get this country back on track. Be rest assured that when the slogan "In Doc We Trust" is said, that is not just a slogan, it is an actual feeling of action. So when they talk about solutions, $10 million was secure for mental health on St. Martin. The energy crisis on St. Martin, closer to a full solution in just a short period of time. Making sure that there's an actual vision for certain things called the Parliament Building of St. Martin. Your Prime Minister has already started to explore initiatives and where the Parliament Building of St. Martin does not need to be built from the ground up. To use a building that is already there, refurbish it, making it cost effective, and over $15 million wasted in renting somewhere that finally the Parliament building will be that of the people of St. Martin, making sure that it has provisions for a legislative hall that can accommodate over 100 persons attending, doubling and tripling the capacity of that building, making sure that there's provision should there be an expansion of the Parliament of St. Martin to more offices, that is also part of the planning. But most importantly, making sure that there is a Parliament House for the people of St. Martin, that everybody can fit, wheelchair accessible, making sure that the people of St. Martin can access their building, the People's Building. Once we leave here tonight, you will see an artistic impression of what that building will look like, because it's not reinventing the wheel. It's making sure that all what they were worried about, safety and security, your Prime Minister made sure that is part of the consideration. So all of the parliamentarians that were worried about parking and having to walk across the vendors that they did not take care of, that they can access the building directly in a safe and secure area. Making sure that the people of St. Martin also have, for the very first time on St. Martin, a national park. A national park that will not only be a national park for cultural and heritage purposes, but more so a cornerstone, a new beacon of our tourism product, to show that a green space with a water feature and being able to be a friendly oriented family spot is there for the people of St. Martin. That is not an artistic oppression. That is a reality right here on Pond Island that your Prime Minister has been working on from the beginning, to make sure that that building, once it is refurbished within 1 year, can be achieved. Not building a building on now empty ground, but making sure that that building, that Parliament building, where you're going to put more URSM representatives than ever before, that they serve in that building, and it brings you, the people of St. Martin, closer to them. Your Prime Minister, your leader of the URSM, is ready to address you and explain to St. Martin why he and his team is the only hope, the only choice come August the 19th. What a wonderful opportunity it is to have someone finally in the Prime Ministership that knows how to govern, knows how to lead, and knows how to do so without any other agenda but for his people and his country. Prime Minister, our leader, you are waiting to address your people, and your people are waiting to hear from you. What an honor, St. Martin. What an opportunity. And we must do so with a stronger mandate one more time. People of St. Martin, your Prime Minister and leader of the URSM, with his candidates standing proudly behind him. This is your chance, St. Martin, to make sure we get it right one more time. And your leader is more than capable to represent you with a stronger mandate. Give him that mandate and let us be a part of the next government of St. Martin for an uninterrupted 4 years. Your Prime Minister and leader of the URSM, Dr. Luke Marcelina.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night. At the first place, I would like also to thank all the social media followers that were following us the whole night. I'm now checking it out, and we are above the 2,500, I think, followers at this particular moment, telling you the impact that this URSM is making at this particular moment in St. Martin. But before I continue with what I would like to share with you, I have to tell you, sitting there looking at the candidates, you have to admit that we have great souls in the URSM as candidate of this political party. Knowledgeable people, professionals that really can contribute to a further evolution of our country. Further, before I continue, lives of people do change when you make the choice to serve your country on political level. And it's not only the leader and his family, but also the candidates. But don't forget, for example, the board of the URSM. And I want to thank the board of the URSM in the name of all the candidates and especially our board president, they went far, far away, an extra mile, going through a lot through social media, only because she's believing in the spirit and the ambition of this political party. Brenda, a special thanks for you for everything that you did for the URSM. And all other URSM board members too, 1 million thanks for everything that you have been doing and that you did in the past for the URSM. We have been speaking about achievements or the way we are functioning as a political party. For example, I have realized that the majority of the other political parties that are contesting this political election have one campaign strategy, and that is all directed against the URSM. If you follow the social media, all political parties are against the URSM. Then I think there should be something very special about this political party, that it can fascinate and entertain other political parties to focus their campaign on how this URSM is moving. And I think we should be proud that we have been going through this campaign with all the criticisms that we are experiencing from other political parties, and actually showing the people of St. Martin that this will make us coming Monday, the 19th of August, stronger than ever. Yes. All candidates of this political party, inclusive myself, I do that too, I tell people that we are a party of solution. And everybody is talking about solutions, and I'm going to give you some actions that we took in the past 14 weeks that we are in government. I'm going to share a few with you. I came in government, the first thing I had to do is jump, as everybody said tonight, to Washington. We were threatened that we're going to lose 230 million of the 550 million that we got through the trust fund that was controlled by the World Bank. So I had to fly to Washington, D.C. to tell them that is not going to happen with my people that has the possibility to use the 230 for the betterment of the future of this country, and because of some negligence in the past that we are going to lose those 330 million over my dead body. And we are quite successful in safeguarding this 230 million for us to continue for the execution of the projects that we still have to realize for country St. Martin. That's one of them. I have signed yesterday the waste management project of 25 millions that is going to be the biggest project coming for St. Martin for us to control the water waste management for country St. Martin. It is signed, the money is allocated, it's a matter of pressing the button to start with the project that people have been talking for a few years already about. I have signed it yesterday, so I can guarantee you that it's a done deal. It's just a matter of a few months now for us to really roll it out and execute it for the people of St. Martin. We have had, and I went with the Minister of Finance with this one, we gave the fire department 3 trucks and the ambulance department 7 cars/trucks. In a record time, they were standing there. They were partially financed by the NRPB, the World Bank, the Trust Fund. They were standing there in containers, business as usual in St. Martin. I came there, I said, but guys, what is going on in this country? Open these containers, let's go. Let's fix them and make them ready for us to serve our people. And I think it's about 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, we signed and we gave the hand over the keys, and the fire department has 3 trucks extra, and the ambulance department, and ambulance, 7 trucks. Okay, we're going to continue. We went in conversation with the Minister of Finance, I went to Washington and I spoke with the steering committee. I told them we have a big challenge with mental health care for this country. I told them, unacceptable that we have so much money from the trust fund waiting for us. And I have here the new lost generation walking next to our roads. And people now so far, they're not even turning their head anymore to them. This is an alarming situation that our country is in. And I said we have to radically change this and bring mental health to the people of this country. And we did it. We got 2 million sitting in Washington. The steering committee decided they're going to allocate this 2 million. And with the efforts of the Minister of VSA, we got an extra 8 million from the budget. So we have 8 million to move on with. I'm going to give you a great one. Nobody realized that. We have some government-owned companies, and some do very bad, because bad has been done with them by former governments. But we have also government-owned companies that are doing a great job for St. Martin. My government has signed, and we bought a Win Air plane for our government's own company, Win Air, for 7.7 million. Nobody knew that, but St. Martin has its own plane paid cash for you to realize that great things are happening under supervision of this URSM. The GEBE. Guys, this GEBE is a big problem. I'm not going to go back to the past. Everybody knows that the big problem that we're experiencing now is not something that has been caused as of the 3rd of May when we started in government. Come on. But I didn't worry with that. I said, okay, hands on, we have to do something. We ordered a 10 megawatt expressed in 7 containers that are functional. They were so jealous that we took that decision that I promised the people that they would be functional on the 10th of August, but ultimately I lost it. It became the 13th. They nearly ate me up for 3 days delay, but I can assure you what they didn't do in 4 years, I did with a delay of 3 days. Next to that, 6 weeks from now, I am promising the people of St. Martin, and we paid already for it. The transfer costs are covered for already. It's paid, the money is wired. I can tell you that because that is the truth. We are getting another 20 megawatt expressed in 18 containerized generators for St. Martin. So now we have 10, and in 6 weeks we're going to add an extra 22 to make it 30. But the first 10 are rented containers. The 20 that are coming in 6 weeks from now are actually in a rent-to-own context agreement. But last night I thought I'm not going to leave the 10 go that I'm renting. I'm going to convince whoever is sitting with me in government as of the 20th of August that I want to buy them to keep them on the island. The Minister of VSA said we have 2 years no SER. The SER is the Sociaal-Economische Raad. There cannot be a decision made by government without asking the SER what are the social economic implications from a decision that we want to do. 2 years. 2 years from the 4 years that they're talking about. No function of a SER that is an advisory body for government. We came in, we are exactly 14 weeks in government. We have a totally established board of the SER with 9 members and 9 substitute members. In 14 days, we have 18 members in total, 9 definitive members and 9 substitute members. We have, as of last week, a total functional established SER that they could not fix in 4 years. I want to tell you something, how we look at our people. I do believe safety and security is an enormous must for a country. When things get hot, all of a sudden we look at them, police, ambulance, VKS. We are sending our VKS people on the street as an assistance to the police force of St. Martin. And they have never been insured in country St. Martin. Can you imagine these people leave on a voluntary basis their homes, their family, to protect us on the street? If something happens to them in a altercation in an incident, they are not insured. Friday passed, all VKS members are insured in County St. Martin. We have an increase in violence in this country. In May, we had 33 gun-related violence in my community, in our community. That means more than one per day. June, we had 23. July, we had 27. I got a letter from the head of police telling me, Prime Minister, we have a big problem. I say, Mr. John, what is your problem? I do not have manpower anymore in enough amounts to control this order, the public order of this country. I took a pen and a paper, my laptop. I wrote a letter to the kingdom government. I told them I want military to assist me. The same laptop sent a message and a letter to Curaçao. I need police officers from Curaçao. I need police officers from Aruba. I got 10 from Curaçao, 10 from Aruba, 2 from Saba, 3 from Statia, 16 RST from Curaçao. I got an extra 23 RST now, and I got in total 40 military to stabilize the public order of our country. You complain, and we experience insecurity in this country. If you tell me you have a problem, I'm the first one with my government and with my ministers to take decision. And when I came with the Dutch, it was, you see, he has sympathy for the Dutch. But when, unfortunately, we had those fires on the cars in Dutch Quarter that in twice 24 hours it was controlled, everybody said, thank God they were in enough manpower to control what is going on. And I'm challenging everybody today, let's go back to May, to June, to July, and now August. How is the gun violence at this particular moment in your country? It's a big difference, right? So we would have done, I think, something great. And we will not combat gun violence with only police officers and more blue on the street, no. But it's a way for me to try to get control back of this country, because I want a safe country with great public order for all of us. I want safety as a priority for the people of my country. And of course, we have to continue working on the causes that contributes to gun violence. And I know the causes too, but you have to give me more time to work to solve the causes of the violence of St. Martin. A lot of things does not move in St. Martin for 2 reasons. In St. Martin, we like to identify problems. We talk about problems the whole day. Politicians score in parliament very good because they can talk good about the problem. Man, you heard him? He has guts. He told them the truth. Man, good. Next step, what's the solution? And you don't find him. We are very good in identifying a problem, talk about the problem, and the third step, solving the problem, is the one that we are very, very weak in. And that is why they call me a dictator. You come to me because you have a problem. You cannot leave my room without a solution for the problem. If you don't want a solution for the problem, don't knock at my door. If you take the risk to knock at my door, you will get a solution for your problem. I spoke, a lot of projects are not being executed in this country. You know why? 42% of our society does not have a finalized secondary school education. So these big projects of NRPB cannot move because we don't have enough professionals in those fields to help us execute these projects. Nothing wrong with that. But we have to realize and wake up a day and try introducing an education system that is going to adjust to the demands of our labor market. If today, I told you guys that in the past, I have been since 10 a country filling the yellow big buses, orange buses with kids going, bringing them to school, blocking the traffic direction Milton Peters. We are doing that 14 years. I don't even want to mention the time before that. If today, we need a nurse in this country after having our people in buses for 14 years going to school and looking in my own community and I cannot find a nurse to help me with my own sick people, something has been wrong in my approach for my country. So I do believe that we have to focus on restructuring our education in a way that it will adjust to the labor necessities of our country. And that's why we failed with execution of the projects, because we didn't have professionals on all the territories that we needed to make sure that we could execute actually the finance projects that we had there with a chance to lose the money because we didn't make use of the momentum to use the money to execute the project. We are working on it, and I asked them by BZK, Binnenlandse Zaken in the Netherlands, that controls the money, by the way, also through the World Bank, please realize that I'm a young country, I'm working on it, and in the meantime, let's try to look for the right professionals to assist us now to execute our projects for the future. If we get here with assistancy of foreigners, a sport complex for St. Martin, you know what is going to happen? Everybody will say, that's a foreigner, again, coming to our country. You know what I'm going to tell them? The foreigner is going to leave. The sport complex is going to. Exactly. Mr. Stuart Johnson just said it. I came in government, what we are very good in this country, and that's why I do believe that people do appreciate my presence in the government building, because we have a wrong way of dealing with people in this country. We like to use them, we like to abuse them, and we like to drop them. Use, abuse, drop. Politics in St. Martin works the same. Use, abuse, and drop. They told me, Dr. Marcelina, 1% vacation allowance. By the way, guys, this is a story I'm telling you, 14 weeks experience as Prime Minister of the country. Realize good what I'm telling you. I said, impossible. Teachers going every day taking care of the kids under difficult circumstances, not getting their vacation allowance. I can guarantee you and tell you, and it happened already, that vacation allowance is paid to the teacher. Further, when I came in, they wanted to test at me, the unions. I invited them. I said, I want to have a meeting with the unions because, of course, if you have the formula with unions for years, use, abuse, and drop, the next prime minister coming in, they're going to be very reluctant in sitting on a table with the men. So they came, I invited them. They were, wow, what's going on here? We didn't do nothing, we didn't send any letter, and still this prime minister is inviting us. They told us, we need our 2% COLA adjustment, cost of living adjustment. The cost of living adjustment for the civil servants is paid. There is another thing here that people has to understand, and I realized that in the government building when I walked in, everybody was scared of me. So, but wait a minute, how does this work here? People didn't even, you want me to tell you a story? I opened, the elevator opens, Mr. Bobertree knows. And the minister goes in, if there are 20 persons standing outside there, they will leave me come in as the last one, the elevator will close, we go up, and that's it. What about the civil servants that are working there 10, 15 years? Nobody says anything. He said, but what's going on in this building? These people has been threatened and intimidated because of political affiliation. Guys, relax. We are one family. You have the right to have the sympathy for another political party. I don't care. As long as you come to your work on time, you commit to what you have to do, you do what you have to do, great. That's your obligation, that is your responsibility. In St. Martin, we use you, we abuse you, and if you don't carry the color of the t-shirt in the political times that I tell you, I'm going to drop you. And this Prime Minister said, this has to stop in this country. So everybody is like, whoa, this is total new shake-up of this building. Because people are not accustomed that I can do business with you realizing that you are from another political color. I don't care. What cares for me is that the people outside there get what they deserve. And if somebody from another political party has to help me to execute this, let's go. We are not accustomed to work this way with each other. We will leave that sport complex and not build it because me and you do not agree on a political color. Unacceptable for our country. Let's continue. It's time now for a call. But the call is in your hands, not in mine. I can just sit, work, be on time, make over hours. That's what I can do. The rest is for you. And if you think of the community of St. Martin, think that somebody else has to do it, so be it. It will be unfortunate, but that is how democracy works. But I do believe that we have one great chance more with this nation, and that is the 19th of August. I'm telling you, we have one great power moment as humankind to save this country. I'm asking you humbly, out of my heart, to think twice. And if you are in doubt and you have children, look at your children and ask yourself what the consequences will be of that red dot that you're going to put there for your children. My career is almost over. My children's career is starting. But the path that they are going to walk depends on the dot that you are going to place coming Monday on the ballot paper. Guys, think it twice. If you have your doubt, look at your children, think on the hardship they're passing in, and then I think you will realize that there isn't much choice for the options that you have coming Monday. Do what you have to do for your country. Once I'm in with this great group of people, we're going to start in something I call nation building. Every night I come home, my wife asks me, did you do something great for your country? And often I had to disappoint her because I'm only extinguishing fires of former governments, filling my day with patching up and extinguishing fire. And that's why I want from this community another 4 years. I want a strong country, being St. Martin, for your kids and my kids. To do that, I have to come with a police academy. I have to come with a national library for the kids of this country. I have to come with a national development bank for country St. Martin. I have to finalize this hospital because I'm getting old. We have to have this place. We have to do something with that monster that is growing that I can see from my window every day when I go to work. Why? I will survive that mountain of waste. My kids and your kids are not going to survive it. So we need these 4 years to finalize these projects. I want to do something, of course. I want to finalize this GEBE. Not looking back and pointing fingers. I want to get back stability on the grid for the people of St. Martin. And preferably, in parallel with that, develop renewable energy for country St. Martin. And if you ask me what it is, it's going to be a mixture, but I think solar panels will be a great add because we have a lot of sun here. Let's use the sun for the energy for our people. One more thing, guys. Leave no politician manipulate your brain that they know how to balance a budget. The tradition that we have been adhering to stress ourselves, as Minister Veronica said, we had to again work on the budget to take away 32 million from a poor country is shrinking and killing our country. The CFT came to me and the RFT came to me. They came to tell me that I have to do more to control my budget. I told them we're going to stop with this meeting because 14 years you're obliging a poor country to balance a budget, and 14 years no government has been able to balance a budget. That means that the formula that has been applied did not work for country St. Martin. And if we continue fooling ourselves by trying to balance our budget because they say we have to balance it, we're going to make this country every day poorer and poorer. We have to tell the kingdom that what they are expecting from us is not possible if we continue trying to balance budget. If we want to balance a budget, we are going to increase poverty in this country, and that is unacceptable for the URSM. Ladies and gentlemen, all what I told you just now is a short experience of 14 weeks in government. I started this afternoon with preparing this, what I wanted to share with you, and I decided to stop to tell you all the action points that my government, with my great participation of Mrs. Gracita Arendel, Mrs. Webster Jansen, and with also the members of parliament, Shamira Roosburg, and also Richinel Brug, and also the advice of all the candidates in the background, some of them also contributing as cabinet members in the ministries or as a technical support in the parliament. That is what we have been doing in 14 weeks. I hope I didn't tell you that we are a party of solution. I hope I made use of the opportunity tonight to just show you the solutions that this government under this leadership brought to the country in the past 14 weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you two more things. The last one is they're calling me a dictator. Do you know why? Because they're not accustomed that persons sit in leadership positions and just take decisions. The moment you take a decision, you are going to walk on one toe. There is no way you can take a decision and please everybody in the room. It's not possible. My aim is, as long as I can please the majority with the decision that I'm going to take, if it's beneficial for the majority, that decision is going to be taken. Most politicians go in with a great ambition of changing their country, but when they realize the resistance that they're going to experience by getting enemies and resistance because of the consequences of a decision, makes that they are not going to make the decision because they do not want enemies and they do not want resistance. You cannot change tomorrow if you don't change today. And the only way to make the change today is to go from no decision making to decision making. In that way, you change the day of today. And by changing today, you will change tomorrow. I want to thank everybody in here, also the social media followers, the people of St. Martin, the board of the URSM, my candidates standing behind me, making it one great spirit for country St. Martin. I want to thank everybody in this room. And of course, a special final thanks to the First Lady. I have to admit, her life changed enormously too since I'm Prime Minister of this country. And without complaining, she is bravely pleasing me for me to execute my job as a Prime Minister. Patricia, thank you for everything. And my kids also, thank you. Philippe, thank you. And Xavier and Isabel too. Guys, we're going to stay focused, we're going to stay committed, and we're going to do what we have to do for this country. And one thing I can tell you, a lot has been said about this group of people. A lot has been said about my members of parliament. A lot has been said about my ministers, if you realize good. Also against the Prime Minister. If you realize and analyze, there is no day that this Prime Minister ever reacted even on an offensive statement made on social media. I have no time and energy to lose with ignorant people that do not put country above self. Guys, I'm counting on you coming Monday, and we are going to make this happen together. May God bless you, and may God bless St. Martin.
Your leader of the unified, resilient St. Martin movement, the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Martin, Dr. Luc Mercelina. 15 candidates that represent St. Martin. On August the 19th, 2024, this is the party that is going to ask for your vote. Come out in mass numbers and give the URSM a resounding victory. Make sure that URSM is at the table come August the 19th with a resounding mandate. Thank you for those of you that have viewed virtually to this trend-setting virtual public meeting of the URSM, to 7 to 1 News, to Ghetto News, to TVCARIB and Late Night with Andrew Dick. We thank you for broadcasting this virtual trend-setting public meeting of the URSM. Election day is victory day for the people of St. Martin, and we will see you at the polls. God bless each and every one of you, and do have a blessed and enjoyable Sunday. God bless you, St. Martin. We love you from the URSM.